The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at TalkRealSolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of TalkRealSolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not TalkRealSolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. And I would like to invite you to the website, talkrealsolutions.com. You know, I've been away from this thing. I forgot how to do this shit. But here's the website, talkrealsolutions.com. And on there, you will find the 3-point plan to Black empowerment and financial freedom. It has 3 points. The first point is to get together with like-minded people. The next point is to stop all unnecessary spending and save your money. The third point is, as a unit, invest or save your money in a verified and trusted institution. A great goal would be for you to open a Black-owned business. And right above the 3-point plan, you have a link to African-American-owned banks and African-American-owned credit unions. And we could all start moving our money to these institutions to start practicing group economics today. And of course, while you're on the website, you can peruse the site and see what type of material that you might be interested in reading and consuming there. And just to tell other people about the website. And tonight, if you want to join the conversation, all you have to do is call the number. It's in the description and on the screen at 717-908-1834. And then you can press the access code at 917324. And you can join the conversation. And y'all know me, I take on all comers. And I try to bring some common sense and reasoning to the conversations, because we do have conversations that are way above or beyond, you know, so I try to bring it back to the middle. And of course, y'all see the name of the show, because let me tell y'all something. This is the first time I ever heard or seen of this thing called NoFAP. And I am blown away. So we'll get into that. And I mean, there's no question about men on social media, why they act the way they do. If this is something that people trying to get behind, I've never heard of this NoFAP thing, but it's a thing, because I don't know how it popped up on my YouTube feed, but one video popped up on my YouTube feed, and me being curious, I clicked on it and I found out what this NoFAP was. And it's incredible what men are doing it. And it seems like for some reason I'm getting Black men that's talking about this NoFAP thing. It's just weird to me. So I will share that with you, of course. But like I always do, I want to touch on some politics, because, and this is just my personal opinion. It's just me giving you my opinion of what's going on in this country. I am in no way a political expert on this stuff, but I do have experience as a African American living in America. And That's the perspective that I'm coming from when it comes to my opinion on politics. Having said all of that, politics is kind of, it's getting kind of tiresome to watch what is happening with the Republican Party and politics at large, because you know, I'll start with the Democrats tonight, and I will just say, and this is not being discriminatory or nothing like that. I would just say Joe Biden is old as fuck. He's old, right? And the Democrats are trying to hold on to Joe Biden just like the Republicans are trying to hold on to Donald Trump. Hold on for a second. Hey, I'm on my All right, excuse me for that. But like I was saying, the Democrats are trying to hold on to Joe Biden just like the cult that follows Donald Trump are trying to hold on to Donald Trump. Now, Joe Biden has done a lot of great things for this country, and I can't say that his policies haven't set this country on a positive economic path. His infrastructure has created jobs. The unemployment rate is low, and thank you, President Biden, for doing that for this country and the Democrats in Washington. But whenever y'all trying to hold on to this man for another run at the White House, at some point in time, you got to say, okay, we need to change, and they need to change Joe Biden because he's too old to run for president again and have a second term. It's just embarrassing to watch them compete against these senior citizens up there in the White House. Like, everybody's seen the incident that Mitch McConnell went through. What's up, Frodo and the MJ? Everybody's seen the incident that Mitch McConnell went through, where he froze up a couple of times, and you know they was talking about it, and that's clearly just age, you know. So why even have a debate over? And there's nothing wrong with getting old, you know. Hopefully one day I will get old and I will be able to enjoy my life as an elder or a senior. But there's a time to call it quit. That's why we have retirement ages in this country. And for them to try to hold on to Joe Biden as old as he is just silly to me. And that's probably why he's going to lose a lot of votes, because of his age. He hasn't did anything wrong, but you can say what you want to. This country is very picky when it comes to allowing elderly people to do things. We always have been. We talk about them when they drive. We talk about them when they're in the grocery store. We just do. You know, it's not saying anything bad about them. It's just that we have a view of the elderly in this country. And when you're looking at Joe Biden or even Donald Trump, you're looking at elderly people trying to manipulate their way around this world. And that's not going to turn out good politically for Joe Biden. Tyrone said it here first. I don't care how much you promote his policies, and he has done some good things for this country, but that man is old as shit, and it's time to actually have somebody else. They need to find somebody that will continue to push the policies of Joe Biden and the Democrats that is of a youthful age. I don't know, in their 50s and 60s or something like that. But they need to have somebody else there besides Joe Biden representing America. It is embarrassing to watch him give speeches whenever he's mumbling over, like literally mumbling over his words. It's embarrassing to watch him walk around in his Jordans or tennis shoes or whatever the hell they put him on his feet to walk. But that is embarrassing, you know, as a president of the United States of America. And people say that not to discriminate against the elderly and all this kind of stuff, which I agree, because you're not supposed to discriminate against anybody. But you're talking about an elderly person with his finger on the nuclear weapon and the most powerful person on this earth, right? And he needs to be able to react. He needs to be able to do the job. You know, I get it. You was running for president like 12 times, I guess, and you finally made it. Hooray, I'm glad for you. Now give it up. That's what you need to do. And that's the Democrats. Now, the Republicans is a whole nother can of worms, right? Listen, I've said this and I've said it over and over again, but what you have in the Republican Party is the evolution of the KKK and white racists in this country. That's all you have in this. That's what you have in the Republican Party. There is no other way to explain the behavior of the Republican Party in this country, especially when you watch them. When you watch them break laws and try to defend the lawbreakers, lie, and try to justify their lies, and just straight go against the Constitution and not even acknowledge that they are violating the Constitution. You heard that last week when I was talking to Sarge. It is clear that Donald Trump got indicted in the justice system in this country. It is clear that criminal charges have been levied against Donald Trump in this country. That is no Democrat. That is no Republican. It's not bias whenever it comes to law. If I go out and I break the law, then I'm going to get accused of that crime and probably charged in the justice system with that crime, right? If I go out and rob the bank or steal something from the store, the justice system is going to find me and then they're going to hold me accountable in this country. Now, of course, you know, African Americans got their own little issues with the justice system, but there's a middle ground where it's clear and defined that you break the law, then you have to pay a penalty. Donald Trump clearly has broken the law over 90 some times, possibly more. It is clear that the justice system found him liable for breaking the fucking law. That is clear. It is clear that judges that he's nominated and put into place found him guilty of certain things. There is no doubt about that. This is not Democrat or Republican. So the reason that I'm spelling it out like that is because the Republican Party and fucking goddamn cult followers like ABC and Sarge have closed their eyes, have completely ignored the fact that the justice system in this country has found that guy guilty of what they believe in. It is clear that the KKK has taken over this country when niggas like ABC is a black KKK, Sarge is a black KKK member, right? And they don't give a fuck about the laws in this. It's put my master in power. That's what we looking at. Put my master in power. The master's always right. And that's what they're fighting for. So I'm just fed up with watching them give police excuses because that's the KKK. I'm fed up with watching them give these politicians excuses because they're the KKK. Even Lauren Boebert was just at a show the other night, and she's in there vaping and keeping noise, and they had to kick her ratchet ass out because she's running around here with her white privilege, thinking that they can do everything. They're trying to stifling people from voting. They're trying to change the election laws. They use gerrymandering and try to change in the rules and all this kind of bullshit. It's the KKK trying to take over this country. And you've seen that on January the 6th. And you've seen that as the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are the ones that was at that Republican rally that is going to jail. White racists have taken over this country for the Republican Party. You see that on Fox News with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson got fired fired because his racism was a little bit too much for Rupert Murdoch. That's why he got fired. He didn't get fired because of the shit that he say that's anti-black on TV. He didn't get fired by the discrimination that he pushes on TV and the lies that he push about science on TV. He got fired because in an email or a text message, he says something racist about the Jews. And that's why Tucker Carlson got fired. You know? So it's racism propaganda from Fox News. And then it's Donald Trump using that as his fucking media outlet, and it's Fox News pushing this bullshit with the Republican Party. Lindsey Graham down here in South Carolina, he's a fucking racist. All of these people are racist, right? And just just this week, Tim Scott got his nigga wake up call when they started questioning him about having a spouse. Tim Scott got his nigga wake up call when they started questioning him about him having a spouse, right? So I'm trying to find the article where Tim Scott said that they were discriminating against him. I can't find it, but it's kind of funny because he's one of the people that said racism don't exist in this country. Hold on. I'm trying to figure it. I'm trying to find it. You know, I can't find it. I seen an article the other day. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Here's something that this is from the Insider, right? And if you look at his headline, Jesus Christ, why do you got all these ads up here? Well, anyway, y'all can see it. Okay, so Senator Tim Scott says people point out that he's single because they can't say I'm black. Get the fuck out of here, Tim Scott. You're the one that was saying that America is not a racist country, so these KKK members can embrace you, right? Look, he's saying now because he's black, you know, they want to talk about him being single. The motherfucker, bye. Let's see what this article says. Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina has a theory about why people are drawing attention to the fact that he's never been married. It's like a different form of discrimination or bias. This is his quote. The 2024 GOP presidential candidate told Washington Post, "You can't say I'm black because that would be terrible. So find something else that you can attack." Get the fuck out of here, Tim. Now you black. See, this is bullshit. And I'm telling you, these people rubbing elbows with the KKK, at some point in time, the KKK gonna turn around and remind you that you're supposed to be in that field picking cotton. Scott also said other GOP contenders may be seeking to sow seeds of doubt about the campaign and finding out ways to say that this guy isn't one of us. Duh. With the insinuations about his personal life, but Scott has his political confidants and friends all insist that he's not gay. In fact, Scott insists that he has a girlfriend, though the campaign declined to identify her in the post. I can't imagine dragging her into the campaign trail unless I have intentions on marrying her. Wait a minute. I can't imagine dragging her onto the campaign trail unless I have intentions on marrying her. Whoever this mystery lady is, you might as well pack your shit because this motherfucker ain't fit to marry you. This is what he's saying. He's not gonna marry you because you're not on the campaign with it. So imaginary lady for Tim Scott, go ahead and pack your bags. He just admitted that he won't gonna marry you, probably because he's gay. But that's just, allegedly. Scott said in a post interview, which he said he wouldn't be only conversations I'm going to have about her in any form or fashion unless he wins. So if he wins, he will drag this imaginary girlfriend out. Okay, anyway, The point that I was trying to make about the KKK embracing black people like Tim Scott, ABC, and Byron Donalds and Sarge, you know, at some point in time, they're going to tell you to get the fuck on. They're going to say, no, you're not one of us. Look at Enrique Otario, the leader of the KKK. He has been sentenced the longest sentence out of any of those January 6 insurrectionists. Now, I don't know. Of course, he did some terrible stuff, and he led a horrible group, a horrible racist group. But that sentence is the longest out of everybody. Get the fuck out of here. Look at the 19 people that got indicted in Georgia. The only person that stayed in jail was that black guy. You know, I mean, it's just the KKK. The KKK is in politics. They're in the police force. That's why you see that whenever black people get pulled over for something that's not even criminal, a traffic stop, a tail light, a missing turn signals, right? Probably not even having your seatbelt on. Those type of non-criminal stops ends up in violence or death for black people only. For black people only. We're the only one that could get stopped for non-criminal events when it comes to traffic stops and end up dead. And not only do they end up dead, they find ways to justify their brutality through this systematic system of excuses when it comes to qualified immunity. And we had suspicion that they was about to do something. What? Go to the fucking Walmart? That's the KKK taking over this country. Even though they have a big footprint when it comes to all of these systems in this country, right? Denying resources, police, they're in the police and in politics. They're trying to make it to where they have more power to silence the voices of black people. That's what you see in Ron DeSantis or whatever his fucking name is down there in Florida when it comes to banning books, when it comes to trying to eliminate the history of black people in this country politically. Nobody's pushing back on that message. The NAACP is doing a little pushback, but it's not good enough. Why? Because the majority of our community has fell into this. I ain't gonna say the majority. A lot of our community has fell into this message of, you know, politics being bad, and I'm not going to participate in it, and the Democrats is trying to sprinkle you with stupid dust, and it's just dumb shit, you know. When we should be heavily involved in politics and controlling the party that we participate in the most. That's what we should be doing. But these people are pitter-patting around with all of these charges for all of these white people that committed insurrection in this country. They're not charging Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Boebert or Matt Gaetz. These people are still able to sit in their jobs even though they participated in an insurrection. Fox News is not being held accountable for pushing bullshit that called an insurrection in this country. Donald Trump has pitter-patting around with these charges, and it's just ridiculous at this point. And everybody wants to cheer because Fannie Willis and the New York attorney Letitia James and Alvin Braggs, because they came forward and they said these guys broke the law. But what is one thing that they have in common? Those are all black people that are charging Donald Trump. You need to think about that. He broke laws all over this country in multiple states. And you telling me not one fucking white attorney general or state attorney or whatever they call it, not one fucking white person seen that Donald Trump broke the laws and want to hold him accountable? Not one goddamn white person is charging Donald Trump. Now, these people are qualified to hold them accountable. Fannie Willis, Letitia James, and Alvin Braggs, and they're doing their job. But where the fuck is the white people, lawyers or state attorneys or whatever the hell you call them? Where are those people holding Donald Trump accountable? Why in the fuck haven't we heard Joe Biden, the president of the United States, say anything about his predecessor breaking the fucking law? Why haven't we seen Democrats yet come out and point out that every law that Donald Trump broke is against fucking democracy? There's a theme here that I'm trying to tell you about. In this politics, because Donald Trump is a white man, because the Republican Party is a white Republican Party, you're not going to hear the Democrats making any noise about any laws that this man broke. Because this is a white system. And the Democrats, fuck y'all, because y'all full of shit. They should be commercials. They should be ads. They should be stickers. They should be t-shirts talking about how racist the Republican Party is. How racist it was for them to try to overthrow this democracy on January the 6th. That should be y'all campaign slogan. You should be beating them over the head with the crimes that the Republicans have committed in this country. Look at Rudy Giuliani. They should be t-shirts all over this country talking about how he lied on Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman. They should be ads every damn well. But you don't see that type of pushback from the Democrats. It is bullshit for them to be in a campaign season and us not hear one motherfucking Democrats come out and point the finger at this racist Republican Party for all the damage that they've done to our democracy in this country. This is why it's frustrating. Not one time yet has Joe Biden got on that damn platform and said the Republicans are no good for America because they violated the Constitution and they tried to overthrow our damn country and this democracy. Where the fuck is that at? And why is it so hard for you to call out these people when they blatantly violate the laws of this country? Because the KKK is taking over. The KKK is taking over. And the Democrats are scared that if they say anything to upset the right, that somehow or another it's going to affect some goddamn body. Right? Is it a damn shame for these Democrats not to say shit? All right, so what I said is I titled the show, What the Fuck is Semen Retention and NoFAP? Now, this is the first time that I've ever heard of NoFAP. I don't know. But like I said, I seen that shit pop up on my YouTube channel. And I clicked on it. And I got all kind of videos talking about NoFAP. NoFAP. Semen retention. And you know, there's a lot of guys out there that talk about this thing like it's a religion and saying that, you know, you should do it and it's healthy and all that kind of stuff. I don't subscribe to that, you know. But basically what it is, right? Semen retention. It's in the words is that when men voluntarily withdraw from ejaculating, masturbating, or having sex. That's what that is. This is a fad for a lot of people out here. And I did not know it. And what I got to say about it, it's not a lot. And then once you retain your semen, I guess you're supposed to have clarity. Things are supposed to happen to your body. It's good for you to not release yourself. These people are saying that it's the best thing since sliced bread. They recommending it to all men to do this semen retention thing. And I think it's the dumbest thing in the goddamn world. I think you stupid And to me, it's part of that manosphere bullshit to where men need to take control of their sexuality and you know and all that. I think it's dumb. Listen, nature gave you certain tools to use. That's it. You're to me, you're not supposed to you're not supposed to just like abstain or withdraw from pleasures. And it's personal. So people who do this NoFAP thing, maybe y'all shouldn't make videos and talk about it publicly. I tried semen retention and all I wanted to do was fight. Zero tolerance for anything. Well, I can imagine it makes you angry because of probably the testosterone levels building up and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think that is healthy. And these guys on social media that is talking about semen retention, y'all need to find something else to do. I don't, and you know, like health people are pushing it. You know, these guys with these big old muscles and cut up and all this kind of stuff, and they're saying this is what you're supposed to do. Fuck all that. You enjoy your life. You're put on this planet to socialize, meet people, and in the event that it gets intimate, do what you need to do, right? And I guess the whole big old thing is I've seen a lot of people whenever they start talking about semen retention, they're always talking about I stopped watching porn. And I guess that's a problem for people. And I say, if you want to watch porn, watch porn. If you want to masturbate, masturbate. If you want to go out and have sex, go out and have sex. I don't know what the hell else to tell. People need to not try to push their fucking crazy ass beliefs on other people. And it's surprising how many people fall for the things on social media because influencers get on here and they make all these videos and they say science is behind it and all this kind of stuff, which is bullshit. I can already tell you without doing research that there ain't no science standing behind no damn semen retention. Because why the hell have you got the tools biologically if you're not supposed to use them? You was designed a certain way for certain things. And if you have the tools, then you're supposed to use them naturally. I don't know where in history, besides this time right here, where it says don't use the tools. But I guess if you put on a good presentation and tell people to retain their semen, you can get views on YouTube, make money, and have people out here getting angry like Mr. Triple Digit did. Just getting mad because you backed up, you know. And you know, sometimes I think maybe Sarge is practicing semen retention because he's pretty angry. So I don't know if he is or not, but he's showing symptoms of it because, you know, he get angry. I think ABC sometimes practice semen retention because he got mad as shit during COVID time. You know, I don't know if these guys are doing that or not, but they sure are suspicious. But this is what I'm saying, and this is why I brought up that NoFAP stuff. I think that is stupid. Just like I think the manosphere, and their railing against women is the dumbest thing that can exist. I think that this semen retention may be unhealthy because, you know, whatever you're supposed to do is what you're supposed to do naturally. And I don't think that it's good advice for young men to be following this NoFAP fad, if you will, or this NoFAP advice. And I found out that they say NoFAP because FAP is what was slang for masturbation in young men. So I guess they would say you're fapping or whatever. And then they say NoFAP. So that because I was curious about the acronym. So that's what happened is they used the word FAP for masturbation. and they said NoFAP. So I guess these guys withdraw themselves from porn. They withdraw themselves from being excited. They withdraw themselves socially, and don't have sex and all this kind of stuff. But I don't see. Oh, what's up with the name? That's what, because I wanted to talk about semen retention and NoFap, because this is the first time I ever seen this shit. You know, social media will surprise you sometimes with what type of content is out there. And I seen something about NoFap, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" So I clicked on it, and these guys are talking about not having sex and not masturbating. I was like, "Get the fuck out of here! This is stupid. This is stupid." And these videos are pretty popular. And a lot of people talk about it, you know. So like,
do you own your home and sell?
For instance, I'll put this over here. Here is a video of people talking about NoFap and semen retention and what are the benefits. And I don't get it. These people just spreading propaganda around that. I don't know. Maybe it's a trendy subject or whatever, but I just think it's stupid. Just like I think the black manosphere is stupid. So that's what the title is about. And if you guys want to call into the show and join the conversation, the number is 717-908-1834, and just push the access code, and I'll open the line and let you talk about it. Because I really don't have a topic tonight. You know, politics. I just shared my views on that with you guys. I think they're the KKK, and I thought that NoFap was pretty interesting because obviously Sarge is practicing this habit when he's NoFapping, and he's angry all the goddamn time. So I just thought it was interesting and funny. But yeah, I suggest that don't do that. Enjoy yourself. People don't follow these YouTube social media trends. Don't do this stuff because it's just silly at this point. And that's all I had to say about fapping and NoFapping. So what I'll do now is I'll switch back into politics, because you know white America has gone crazy. All right. So now going back into the KKK, do you enjoy yourself? That's funny. Yeah, I don't mind. Man, feel free. Go do what you need. Just wash your hands before you go out shaking hands with anybody. You know, because you know some people get into it. You know, and it's not a thing just for males either. For a long time, I thought women didn't pleasure themselves, and I thought that for a long time. But women do whatever they need to do too. That's just what it is. You know, I talk to a lot of women, and they will tell you, especially when they're trying to get to get to know you, they'll tell you all kinds of crazy stuff. You know, and I was surprised at some of the things that women say. But you know, pleasuring themselves is one of them things that they do in secret. They don't want nobody to know about and all this kind of stuff. And I'm gonna give a shit. It's your body. Do what you need to do with it. That's just the way I look at it. They don't tell women to stop doing that, I don't think. Okay, I don't even know why I'm just getting on going off on this NoFap thing and masturbating. I'm sorry, but that was on my mind. All right, so politics, the KKK. Listen, guys. Whenever you look at the Republican Party, hold on for 1 minute. I got some baked chicken in the oven. I got to go get out. So if y'all want to call in, call in. I got to go turn my chicken. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I know I eat late at night. Sometimes I cook late. So I got me some chicken legs and chicken thighs in the oven. Cooking up, put some garlic cloves and some onions and some green onions on it. You know, y'all don't know nothing about that. I'm a chef. Where was I at? Was I done with masturbation? Oh yeah, I was done with masturbation. But how are you trying to talk? Are you there? Hello?
No, I couldn't hear you, so I hung up and called back in. I didn't press one.
No, I did. I didn't. I seen you hung up and called back in. All right, well, just sit there, I guess. So we're gonna. Well, no, let me talk about this right here. Last week I shared with y'all my status on my health and all that kind of stuff. So this week I'll give y'all a little update. My back is feeling better, but the only thing that came from my back surgery now is my left leg is screwed up. You know, so it's got a lot of pain shooting down my left leg. It keeps me up at night, and pain medications ain't working. But what the doctor said, what the neuro doctor says, is that, you know, all these nerves and all this kind of stuff got to work their way back, and, you know, the pain should go away. But we don't know about how long and all that kind of stuff. They did an x-ray the day before yesterday, and they said the surgery looked like it's going good. So hopefully, you know, with that, I'll be back up and running in about 9 months or so. It ain't gonna be immediate. So I'm healing. So that's that. But like I said, with politics, guys, this country is on another level when it comes to their support for Donald Trump and their support for Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden is too old to be having a second term. And the Democrats are too I don't know what the problem is. Grab that guy out of California and put him up there for president. He will get a lot of votes. Grab Beto O'Rourke. Grab somebody else besides Joe Biden, because Joe Biden is too old to be running for president. And he's going to lose a lot of his support, probably to a third-party candidate or even the Republicans, because Trump has got a big mouth. And for some reason, that draws attention to people, and people like to vote for idiots like Donald Trump that run their mouth all the goddamn time, that is in the news cycle constantly. So he might lose this election because of his age, you know. And if Ron DeSantis stay in the race, he probably will get some votes because of his age. And it is crazy to me for us to talk about how cult-like and cult-minded the Republicans are following Donald Trump, when the Democrats is doing the same thing by not at least acknowledging that Biden is too old for a goddamn second term and putting another candidate forward. Because it's pitiful to watch these old ass men try to run this goddamn country. But that tells you about power. Power is one of these things that once you got a taste of, I guess, and you get a hold of power, they don't want to let it go. Joe Biden, sit your ass down. It is time for a new candidate. The Democrats need to get off their ass and nominate someone that will represent the party and is a little bit more youthful than Donald Trump, that can handle the job. The presidency is a very stressful job, and somebody in their 80s, I think he's 80 now, and he'll be 84 at the end of his last term. They're gonna kill that man in Washington. They're gonna kill him. If you look at Mitch McConnell, you know, he didn't had 2 freeze ups. You know, somebody had to put a battery in his back and start him talking again, because he's literally old, trying to give speeches, and something kicks in because of his age and he freezes up, and then they have to pull him off the stage because of his age. It's time to go sit down. What are these people trying to prove? What about your positions are you trying to hold on to? Is that you're trying to stay in there until you fall to the goddamn ground dead? Now, I'm not discriminating against age or anything like that. You know, I just ain't. But the truth is the truth. Donald Trump is too goddamn old. Donald Trump is what, 70 now? Let me see how old this orange motherfucker is and how long he gonna be in jail. Yeah, Donald Trump is too old to be running for president. But he's 77. Hell, he's just like Joe Biden. He's just like Joe Biden. He's 77. These people are too old to be running for president. But the reason that Donald Trump is running, I said this a couple of years back, the reason that he's even a candidate is because he's trying to stay out of legal trouble. That's it. There is no other reason for Donald Trump to be running for president, because he know good and damn well if he don't get this nomination, and if he don't become president, then he gonna go to jail, or he gonna get charged with something. And I mean, I think that it's illegal for Donald Trump to run for president. I mean, technically, I think it's illegal, because I think there's an amendment that say if you participated in an insurrection, then you can't run for president. But they're not even holding him accountable for that. I don't know what y'all know me, I try to Google and talk at the same time, and it never works out.
The 14th Amendment.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I think it's the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment the 14th Amendment says that you can't run, or you can't hold any office if you participate in an insurrection, right? And because we know that we got people charged for sedition and trying to overthrow the government, this section right here of the 14th Amendment clearly says that people like Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz cannot hold public office. And this is what I'm saying about white America. This is the Constitution telling you that you cannot do that. It says no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president or vice president, hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or any state, who have previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or an officer of the United States, or as a member of the state legislature, or as an executive or judicial office of any state, to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in an insurrection or a rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may vote 2/3 of the House to remove such disability. So that means that if you were Marjorie Taylor Greene on Twitter, Lauren Boebert in her car at the insurrection, Matt Gaetz out there with the fucking insurrections, Josh Hawley giving up the fist up, Donald Trump, who told him to go over to the goddamn Congress, and Rudy Giuliani, Eastman, all of these people are disqualified based on the goddamn Constitution of the United States for holding any goddamn public office. It's right fucking there. They participated in a rebellion of the United States of America. They participated in an insurrection. It's clearly written in these laws that white people wrote years ago. And it's beyond me why they don't read the 14th Amendment like I just did and actually say, yes, you're disqualified from holding that office. It is beyond me why they don't look at the 14th Amendment and say, Donald Trump, even though you created these guys, you committed all of these crimes, you also cannot be a candidate for the president of the United States because you violated the 14th Amendment. That should be a done deal. It should be a done deal. And we won't even have to talk about Donald Trump being a damn president no more. But because the KKK run this country, they pick and choose what laws and what constitutional sections they want to follow at certain points in time. Because it says, shall having engaged in an insurrection or rebellion against the same, or giving aid and comfort thereof. You can't tell me when they went into fucking the Congress or that on January the 6th that they didn't stop the process of a new president being elected. They stopped it. It was a rebellion against Joe Biden becoming president. That whole act was a rebellion. They clearly stopped the process because everybody had to leave and come back. And their motivation was to change the outcome. They didn't want Donald Trump, Joe Biden to be president. They was trying to install Donald Trump as president, which makes it an insurrection or a coup against the United States of America. And like I said, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, Josh Hawley, Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, the crazy lady with the Cuban, Hugo Chavez, all of these people should not be able to hold office today. And for the life of me, I don't know why it's so hard for them to tell those people that they broke the law and violated the goddamn Constitution. It is clear in the Constitution what they did is wrong. So look like Miss Elisa pushed one. What's happening, Miss Elisa? How you doing tonight? I ain't doing nothing but running my mouth.
I'm doing okay, Tyrone. How you doing? How are you feeling? Put it that way.
What's that now?
I said, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm doing all right tonight. I'm healing. And like I said, the only pain that I got left is my left leg has got these sharp pains running down it. But they got me on some gabapentin nerve pills to take care of that. But I'm doing all right.
You think your leg could be hurting because you're not as mobile as you usually are? Because I know you do a lot of leg weightlifting and exercising and stuff. You think it could be cramping, or what did they say?
Well, what the neuro doctor said is that whenever they was back there working, that they moved some nerves, and maybe the nerves that they moved agitated that area, and they say it's common for this to happen, So I just got to keep working it out and keep moving.
Okay. But well, long as you're listening, long as you're listening and doing what they're saying. I was listening to some of the stuff he was talking about. I'm just going to comment on this and be real quick. Sorry, I forgot what you called it. The semen retention, and what was the other one?
Yeah, they call it NoFAP and semen retention.
NoFAP.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard about it, but then you know how you just I wanted to see exactly what it was because I heard some people talking about it. So I got somewhat of an idea what it was, but I don't think there's any scientific anything behind it yet. There hasn't been any type of papers or anything that has come out to really back that there's any type of benefit behind that. But the NoFAP, I heard about that a long time ago, and I didn't know that they were, in a sense, kind of blending or merging the two, because the semen retention, I don't know much about. There's no scientific anything behind that. But the NoFAP, that's been around for a while. That has to do, it's a organization dealing with men, when they have problems with porno and different things like that. I guess it's like a therapy type of thing that they do to help them with their porn addiction. It's a therapy. So that NoFAP has been around for a while. So I'm surprised that this new day thing, they're trying to merge the two as being the same. So, but when social media starts with something, they'll merge and flip and put all kind of stuff together. But NoFap been around for a long time. That's a therapy for people with all types of sexual addiction. So I was just surprised to hear that they're, trying to merge the two together. I tell you, when stuff starts, I don't know, maybe one day there'll be some medical review, a scientific review. They'll put out some papers and stuff to say that whether or not there's something behind that. But I don't know, Tyrone, if somebody claiming they're getting some stuff out of it, who am I to talk against it? I don't know. But everything that you said, is that something that the red pill and the manosphere people, is that something they're pushing?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's over there. I just seen the videos popping up on my timeline, and I'm like, what the world is this? So.
Oh, okay.
But, there's something that you just alluded to that's probably important to people, and that's porn addiction. I'm not trying to belittle. I ain't trying to belittle that or nothing. People could be addicted to porn. I don't know. So if you do have that type of problem, then of course I'm not talking about you. Handle your business. Get psychological help or whatever you need to do to get rid of that. But this whole thing seemed to me like it was getting pushed, like it's an agenda for young men to follow and all that kind of stuff, just to retain or have that semen retention, and it'll make you a better person and all of that kind of stuff. And I don't follow that. That's just crazy to me.
Well, there's nothing medical from the medical community backing that up yet. But if it's helping somebody, then it's a good thing. If somebody, because I don't know enough about that, but it's just it's a little disconcerting to hear that they're trying to merge NoFap with that, because that was something that was an entity all on its own, and that was to help people with sexual addiction, porn addiction, that type of thing. So I don't know why they would want to merge those two, but All
right, Howard, I got you there, and who's this unknown caller?
That may be my line.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Solutions? Oh, you a NoFap guy.
Hey, glad to hear you're getting better, Tyrone. By the way, I wasn't shocked that you were ignorant to the fact that women masturbated.
Whatever. Fap. Let Howard go. Go ahead, Howard.
Well, Ty, I'm not going to get too involved in this NoFap or conversation, but you do have an older gentleman on the line who is single and can't get a woman and hates women, and I'm pretty sure he definitely has not fapped, and he probably pops pills just to fap.
Hey, Howard, you're stupid and
let him get it out. Let him get it out. I'll let you talk to him.
Excuse me, brother. I didn't interrupt you, brother.
I'm not your brother.
Thank you. Shut your ass up and be mindful and be respectful. Just let me get it out. It's just my opinion. If you disagree, that's fine. Just let me finish with your old silly ass. So you got an old silly motherfucker who buys water and gets napkins out 7-Eleven to date a woman, and as soon as you bring up some sexual stuff, his ass first on the line. And Sister Elisa, I'm sorry. How you doing, sister? I'm sorry.
I'm okay. How you doing, Howard?
I'm good. I've been married 25, going on 26 years, and I'm good. But I want to apologize for what you are about to hear after I get off the line. It's gonna mess your ears up. It's gonna make you scream a little bit, because you're gonna have an old fool on here trying to talk about some young shit. What he will not tell you is that he sleeps alone, probably got 3-4 pillows in between his legs at night. trying to act like it's a real person there. But he got all the goddamn answers. So I will digress and let's listen to this old motherfucker who got them pillows between his legs at night, and he probably got them warmed up, trying to act like they real, but trying to tell people that he got all the goddamn answers. Go ahead.
Yeah, just don't interrupt him. How you doing, Mr. Solutions? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. And Howard, let me say this with the utmost sincerity. You need therapy. And the woman you have is probably a blow-up doll. Anyway, Tyrone, are you familiar with the First Step program? Have you ever done any discussion on that?
No.
You've never heard of the First Step legislation?
No.
Okay. Someone such as you, the old Archie Bunker type, you should definitely look that up. You will be glad to see, I think, based on what you tend to promote. Why don't you use your second brain, not the one you're sitting on, but Google, and just type in First Step legislation and see what you think.
Okay, go ahead, talk. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I just said I'm glad that you are recovering.
Go ahead and talk, homosexuals.
Howard, how are you? I mean, you know, the world has people like you for one reason, to show us what not to be. But continue on your journey.
You want to be. I'm everything you want to be. I'm married, own my homes, got many cars, good things.
Okay, Howard, I get it.
Well, hold on for a second. Is this First Step legislation talking about recidivism? Hold on. Is this the First Step legislation talking about recidivism when people get out of prison and stuff?
Do you sleep with a warm body at night or a warm pillow, nigga? Answer the question.
You're way behind the curve, Howard. Shut up. Go ahead, Tyrone.
I'm above the curve. You want to be me. You want
Hold
to
on.
be me.
Yeah. Whatever. And I want to live in a trash.
You got a woman in the house right now? Are you?
I want to live in a trash dump too.
Let's do the commercial. Let's do
as a heterosexual man. Why do you have?
Are you fapping too much at
night?
Why
do you have your mind in someone else's?
Are you sleeping alone? Are you fapping too much? Are you on the internet too much? Running around in the
Okay, hold on. We don't care about Mr. Hold on for a second. We don't care about Mr. Solution fapping. Listen.
Wait a minute. Why, Tyrone? I know you're sharp.
Without using a pill. Do you use a pill just to fap because you can't get a woman?
Okay, hold on.
Why do you allow this guy to be so interested in someone else's sex life?
Okay. Hold on. Wait. Is this First Step Act? Is it the recidivism of prisoners and all that kind of stuff? Is that what you're talking about?
That's why I wanted you to read into it so that you would see. And also, you may want to look at its origin.
Okay, so what is it? Baby? Just make your point. Hold on, Howard. Make your point about. Make your point.
Thank you, baby.
Howard, hold on, brother. Make your point about the First Step program, Mr. Solution. What's that? How is that related?
Well, look, Tyrone. I think you need to read it. You've never read it. You don't know anything about it. This is something I think would really, really interest you. Yes, it has to do with recidivism. It has to do with reform, prison reform.
So how is that related to what we're talking about here?
Well, why don't you just read?
He want to get you to be like him, Tyrone.
Oh, Howard, would you please?
Howard,
you have a mental problem. I was going to play you and Tyrone basketball. I know you're his girlfriend, but it seems like there's been a turn of events.
You ain't never picked up a goddamn basketball in your fucking life. The fuck you
but all I would have to do is get
fucking homosexual, bro. You don't play basketball.
Sorry, short ass on the court, and then you would see all that talk would evaporate. Trust me. Anyway, Tyrone, read up on that a little bit.
On the line. You got
Howard.
On the line.
Howard, I'm done talking.
Voice.
You're retarded.
With your tenor ass voice, you are not, and look, you 60
You're
something years
retarded,
old.
Howard. You're
Don't have a
retarded.
damn woman.
You're
Sister Lisa
retarded.
on the phone can tell you that your
I don't
goddamn
look.
tenor voice. You
Why don't
sound
you
like a
have that
homosexual.
conversation?
That's why you buy your damn self.
Oh, Howard, I could buy you a doll.
All right, listen. Okay. Howard, you got to calm down.
Motherfuckers like you.
Howard, calm down.
Calm as hell.
Okay, well,
I'm calm as hell. But
well, I want to find out. Hold on.
Leeway,
Okay, brother. I want to find out what Mrs. Solutions and this First Step program. I want to find out the point that he's making. Mrs. Solution, I got a general idea of what it is. So can you please explain how that's related to what we're talking about?
Well, I think it's related to what you maybe should be talking about, because you say you are concerned about people who identify as black, right?
Okay.
No, I'm asking the question. That's the question.
I am. Go ahead.
So that's why I say you should read it. So don't be lazy.
Well, basically, it has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about tonight.
Well, no. Listen to what I just said. I know you're on medication. It has to do with.
There it is.
Has to do with helping people that are in prison.
Okay.
Well, who's the highest percentage of people that are in prison?
Okay. I got you. So let me ask you this right.
Okay, yeah. It takes a while for you to catch up. But, yeah, read that, though, Tyrone, seriously.
Okay, I got you. So let me ask you this since you're on the phone. With this Donald Trump stuff, do you think that he's guilty of these crimes?
Well, what I think is no more guilty than, say, for example, Hillary Clinton. And I think they're just using this because they're deathly afraid of his becoming, of course, well, he is the nominee and his becoming president. See, those people don't care about the people. It's just like you said about Biden. It's not his age so much.
Okay, I want to stay on topic. Okay, so now you're straying off. I want to ask you.
I am on topic.
No, you're not.
You don't understand.
You done brought Hillary Clinton up. Listen to the question. So
I make it.
Listen. I make it simple for you. Listen to
Fauci is older than.
See, you're talking
Biden.
about Fauci and Clinton. That's not what I'm talking about. Calm down. I'm gonna ask you.
I'm saying that
can you
age
please listen to the question? I want to make it easy for you. When Donald Trump called Raffensperger of Georgia and made that phone call and told him to find 11,000 votes, do you think that was against the law?
No, dummy. All he was saying is, given that there was a problem with locating votes and there was a lot of confusion, he was saying find existing votes. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so when Donald Trump,
wait a minute, hold on. Into that what you want.
Okay, so when Donald Trump took those boxes out of Washington and put them in Mar-a-Lago in showers and boiler rooms and by the pool, and do you think that he broke the law by taking top secret information and storing them in Mar-a-Lago?
Well, let me ask you this. When they found in the garage...
Nigga, don't answer a question with a fucking question. Answer.
Your retarded ass up. Shut up. You're one of the most ignorant motherfuckers.
Jesus Christ! Y'all calm down. We on YouTube.
Answer that shit.
Hold on, Howard. And please don't use that word on this YouTube channel, brother. Come on, man.
On YouTube. My bad.
That asshole, Tyrone. He's not saying anything worthwhile. Okay, what I was trying to say is, when they found the boxes in Biden's garage. They were totally unsecure. What about that?
Okay, so this is what you're doing. Is I didn't ask you about Joe Biden, right? And for some reason, okay, wait a minute. Let me finish.
I'm asking you about it.
Listen to what
I'm saying. If you're going to punish one, you have to punish the other. You can't have you can't have unbalanced treatment.
Okay, so let me do this again. I'm not talking about Joe Biden. So when I ask you questions, stay focused, okay?
No, I am focused. I'm just broadening the issue.
Okay, well, I asked you specifically, is what Donald Trump done with those documents wrong or illegal?
No.
Okay, so
and look, the only reason they're doing that is to try to prevent him from running for president. That's it. There's no other reason. Look at Hillary Clinton, all the shit that she did. Washing computers and receiving classified information on computers that were unsecure. I mean, come on. What did Comey say? She had violated the law.
Mr.
You know,
Solutions.
every Republican representative should start charging Democrats. And then Democrats are dirty players. They're dirty.
Mr. Solutions, you're not answering the question. You're deflecting, right? Because
Just answer the question, you dummy. Listen with both ears. I said no. You asked the question about the documents, right? Look, the Secret Service had already come in and secured those documents.
So let me ask you this. When Donald Trump, I'm going to ask you another question. When Donald Trump called all those people to Washington on January the 6th, and they postponed the nomination of Joe Biden, was that wrong?
Wait a minute, what?
On January the 6th, when they had to shut down Congress because of Donald Trump's rally, was he wrong for calling those people to Washington and telling them to go over to the Capitol?
Okay, Donald Trump had done two things. First of all, he had proposed that the National Guard, requested the National Guard come out in order to keep order. They turned him down. Furthermore, why don't you include that Donald Trump told them to go down to the White House and exercise their free speech peacefully? Why don't you incorporate that into the conversation?
Mm-hmm.
I know you aren't a liar and a deceiver.
Okay, well,
Did
first
you
of all,
not say?
go ahead.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Did Donald Trump not tell his supporters to go down and peacefully protest? Did he say that or not?
Well, he calling you a liar and deceiver.
No, okay. Would you mute Howard? Okay, Howard, fuck you.
He did tell him to go to the Capitol peacefully, right? But the point is
right,
that
those were his
can I
words.
finish with what I said? But the point is, he told him to go to the Capitol, and what resulted in him telling them to go to the Capitol was the right?
That was that. Look, just like you, although I'm ashamed to admit it, you have volition. You have autonomy. You can do what you choose to do. You can choose to break the law or not break the law. He told them to go down and peacefully protest.
So I didn't ask you 3 crimes that Donald Trump allegedly had broken, and to every one of them, can I finish?
Has any of those been adjudicated in a court of law?
Can I finish with my question? Okay, and you said no. Hold on, Howard. And you said no to all of them. And so is there anything that Donald Trump did that is illegal?
Okay, let me ask you. You said that he committed a crime. Where has that been determined? Which court of law determined that?
Well, the court of law hasn't determined it, but the law itself has determined it. Wait a minute, Mr. Solutions, let me finish the damn answer.
I didn't hear you. I said, what did you say?
I'm telling you, a court of law have not determined it, but the law and the statute itself, if you read the indictments, is right there. What law he's broke. Do you understand that?
But the court of law has not determined it, right?
It's the statute. It's when you, okay, check this out. If you go out there and speed and you break the law, you don't go to court to know that you broke the goddamn law, Mr. Solutions. If you go out there and rob a bank and you broke the law, you haven't been to court yet, but you broke the goddamn law, right? So, I mean, he broke the goddamn law, and I could pull up the indictment to show you the damn laws that he broke, Mr. Solution.
But you don't determine that, sir.
The law determines it.
Oh, but you're not the adjudicator.
Okay, listen, the reason that I can say that he broke the law because it's in the indictment. They got the statute.
That's your bias.
No, it's in the fucking indictment.
That has to be
not the adjudicator. What the fuck was that word? Did that homosexual just make up a word?
Adjudicator. That has to be presented in a court of law, right?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. In other words, the complaint doesn't have to go before a judge?
It does if you want to take him and find him guilty of it. But if he broke the law, he broke the goddamn law.
Oh, Tyrone, you're tied up in your own delusion. But look here, I'm glad you're healing, and look up that first step, and I think you will appreciate what is occurring there if you truly, are the person you say you are. And I would like to hear you comment on it.
Okay, so what I want you to do is look at the screen right now, right? And this is the state of Georgia versus the United States of America. Versus the state of Georgia versus Donald Trump and 19 other people. Right there on the fucking right-hand side of the screen, it has the law and the statute, the law that Donald Trump broke. It's got
Who has to determine that he broke the law?
The fucking laws are written in every goddamn state. It says OCG. Shut the fuck up because you're stupid. Shut up. It says.
Wait. I'm asking you a question, and I know you're not stupid, so I'm asking you a question. Okay. Who has to determine if that complaint is valid?
Listen, whenever you do an investigation and find out these laws were broken, that's how you know the law was broken.
Answer my question. Who has to determine if that complaint is valid?
Okay, so in this situation here, because it's different, the grand jury determined it.
Wait a minute. So a grand jury's hand down sentences?
No, they determined if you ask the question, who determined who broke the law? The grand jury determined that Donald Trump broke the fucking law.
You ever heard a grand jury can indict a ham sandwich? Have you ever heard that?
Okay, well, this is what I'm saying. Guys, I want y'all to look at the screen, and Mr. Solution saying that Donald Trump didn't break the law before he go for a judge. That's just not true. Here is the law and the violations, and here is the code that stands for the law. And if you type in OCGGA 16-4-4C, you'll see the law in Georgia that Donald Trump broke. And you can go right down the list.
That was written up by whom? Who drew up that complaint, Tyrone?
Okay, and you can go right down the list and find every law that Donald Trump broke. This is why I call Sarge and Mr. Solution stupid as fuck, because they willfully ignore.
Answer my question. You're a baby. Answer my question.
Well, I was talking to the people. I was trying to give the people some education, and you want to cut me off. But this
you need to be educated. You can't educate anyone. Who drew up that complaint?
Okay, Mr. Solution.
Who drew up the complaint, Tyrone? Answer it.
These charges came from the grand jury in Georgia. And I will go down. Hold on.
Georgia.
I will go down.
The grand jury.
Okay, look. I will go. Hold on. For you, I'm gonna go down to the signature block, and you can see the signature block.
Go down to the signature block.
You can see down here.
That would help a lot.
You can see the signature block. The grand jury, 4-person, signed this goddamn indictment. Do you see that?
No, I'm not looking on the screen, but the grand jury is who the prosecutors go. All right, but the bottom line, you don't understand the process. But who ultimately makes the decision as to whether that complaint is valid? That's my question to you.
The grand jury came up with all these charges after weighing the evidence.
I heard that already. Can you move past the grand jury?
No, I can't because you're not accepting that the grand jury said that he violated these goddamn laws.
That doesn't mean a damn thing.
It means that motherfucker got indicted. That's what it means.
Okay, it means that it has to go to court to be adjudicated.
Okay, but that doesn't mean the law has not been broken, Mr. Solution. Do you understand that?
No, you don't understand that. What if he goes to court and the judge say this is all bullshit? What happens then?
That doesn't mean that law has not been broken. And guys, look, for the first law that we're talking about, this is Georgia Code Title 16, Crimes and Offenses, Chapter 14. Wait a minute, hold on. Racketeering and influence corrupt organizations. Here it is, 16-4-4, and we was talking about paragraph C. Paragraph C says, it shall be unlawful for any person to conspire or endeavor to violate any provision or subsection A or B of this code. A person violates this subsection when he or she, together with one or more persons, conspire to violate the provisions of this subsection A and B of the code and the section of any one or more such persons commits any overt act and effect to object of the conspiracy. So what that means that Donald Trump, when Donald Trump broke the law down in Georgia, he broke this specific law in subsection C of 14 of Georgia Code 1614-4. And this is the fucking law. Shut the fuck up. Let me finish right quick. 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds.
You are so biased.
30 more seconds. Shut up. When Mr. Solution, listen to what I'm saying. Let me finish. Okay. When Sarge and Mr. Solution say Donald Trump didn't break any laws, all you have to do is look at the goddamn
I didn't say he didn't break any laws. What I said is what you're reading has not been determined in a court of law.
I agree with you on that. It has not been before a judge yet, but that doesn't mean that he didn't break this goddamn law. Jesus Christ.
Howard is supposed to be a father, right? This is a father.
Okay, y'all want to talk about other shit. Go ahead, Howard. It's your turn.
I don't want to talk to this piece of shit at all.
And Tyrone, I heard him say,
he keeps interrupting, and he's brain damaged. This guy is legitimately brain damaged.
Excuse me, homosexual. Let me finish. Okay. There's nothing wrong with calling you a homosexual. There's nothing wrong with that. YouTube will not get mad at that, homosexual.
Example to your children, Howard, please.
I just want to say this,
your children. What kind of example are you
Okay, let him get it out, Mr. Solution. And guys, if y'all want to call in, y'all can call into the number.
Turn. Go make out with that blow-up doll of yours.
And so, Tyrone, I wanted to say this, Tyrone. When the homosexual said, what did the court say? They haven't been to court yet and all that. Well, the court, Donald Trump went to court. I don't know how many fucking courts he went to about the election, and they all told him you are wrong. They don't go to the court said that's it, and that. Well, now this homosexual wants to throw up what the courts say to you, which is mighty funny to me. These dudes are hypocrites like a motherfucker. Just like a man will come up here and say he's a heterosexual while he's putting Benoit balls up his ass.
Okay, Howard, I don't want to talk about that stuff now. Howard,
I'm just saying these.
Well, nobody want to talk about that stuff, man.
This is a model
hypocrites.
This is a model father, by the way. This is a model.
I'm not finished. You
are finished, by the way. You're definitely finished.
You can get a guy up here talking about how much he wants to date a woman.
I'm going to let you
treat a woman, but I'm
going to allow you to deal with this,
because what he wants to do is
going to allow you to deal with this crazy, Tyrone. So he's all yours.
Hypocrite. Homosexual, and the only real man that will give a woman water is a man that hates a woman. But I bet you, Tyrone, I bet you $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 that he would buy a man a drink in a bar all day long. But he will only give a woman water. He's a fucking homosexual and a hypocrite.
Man, I thought you were going to add to the conversation. You just want to call Mr. Solutions names.
Well, when that motherfucker get his pillow out to dry tonight and sleep with it between his legs, that's what it is. He's a goddamn homosexual. That's for real. And a lonely homosexual at that.
All right, well, I'm not going to join in the mudslinging quite yet. But yeah, guys, whenever you see this indictment, and Howard made a point to where Mr. Solution said Donald Trump haven't been to court. Well, he has to go to court to actually accept these charges, because he has been before a judge, and they read these charges. And of course, he said he's innocent, but he has been before a judge to accept these charges when he got indicted. So part of what Mr. Solutions is saying is not true, because he is in the process of the judicial system of getting it, going through the court system. But that doesn't mean that he did not break these laws. And Jermaine says something in the chat room that is true, is that you're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law in this country. So Donald Trump is innocent until proven guilty, but that does not mean that he did not break these laws, because he's in the process of being having this stuff looked at. Who's this unknown caller?
Big J.
Who?
Welcome back, Tom.
Okay, who this?
Big J.
Yeah, your audio is kind of jacking up, man. I can barely hear you.
Big J.
Oh, what's up, Big J? How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, yeah. I just, yeah. Welcome back. I watched your show last week. You say you have some
Oh yeah, I
back
appreciate
problems.
that, man.
Yeah. Welcome back. So what is the topic now? I heard some.
Well,
I'm looking
Mr.
at
Solutions
titles.
was saying that Donald Trump is innocent, but I pulled up the indictment and showed the laws that Donald Trump broke, and Mr. Solutions is saying that he's got to go through the court system before I can say that he broke laws, but that just ain't the way it works. I don't think.
Right. Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah. Anyway, carry on. I thought we was on the topic of semen retention and no.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can go there because you could probably explain it to me because I was saying that this NoFAP and semen retention is just bullshit. It's some type of bullshit following because these young people and these guys on social media is promoting it like it's a healthy thing and you'll be better off if you retain your semen and NoFAP and all that kind of stuff. And I was just saying you do you. I don't think that's. I think it's crazy for them to be promoting that stuff.
I have mixed feelings on that about that, but part of it is about controlling women. That's what it's really about. The no flapping thing. It's more about controlling women. They punish themselves because they fail to get to the access to the women that they want. And it's always about the women that they don't want. It's the woman that they want that don't want them. That's what this is all about.
So let me ask you, how is NoFAP controlling women? How does that go together?
Well, okay. We all men. We all have these desires, right? And sometimes we go to women that we don't want. Let's be honest. Some of us, not saying all of us, some of us would gravitate towards women just to have sex with them. We don't want nothing to do with them because they're not the women that we want. So in their mind, and I'm thinking that's Mr. Solution's case, is that it's stopping Keisha from getting the power. And sex is the reason why Keisha attains power.
Oh, so they do this in relationships? I thought these were just single guys.
Well, they're single, but no. The point is, if you deny Keisha sex, you would change Keisha, the black woman, the stereotypical, the negative black woman archetype, right? Mm-hmm. To stop her. It's more about stopping her rather than changing her rather than them trying to prove themselves. That's what this is really about.
Oh, well, that's even more crazy because if you deny the woman sex, she's clearly going to go get it from somewhere else.
Right. But the problem is, these guys out here, they want the top. I don't want to sound misogynistic. They want the top shelf woman. They can't get that top shelf woman. So they're complaining because they stuck to the common denominator, bottom woman, the woman at the bottom. They're complaining at the woman at the bottom to be more like the woman on the top, when it's not feasible. So they're blaming the bottom woman for all the ills of their own problems. That's why you have Mr. Solutions right there. You say all this bullshit a couple of minutes ago. I mean, it's like what old boy told me on YouTube. It's called SBE, shame, blame, and explain. SBE, that's what this is about. You're trying to shame a woman you don't even know and you don't even want. To be like something that they are not, or they cannot be. That's what all this is all about. Those people in the manosphere, those people in the SYSBN community, those in the passport bros. Let me say some of the passport bros. They act like
You know, you hear someone talk about, well, man, I'm going overseas to get me a woman, because we got black single mothers over here. Well, Negroes, if y'all keep saying that, it shows how stupid you are. The biggest demographic in the world that has single parent households is in Latin America, the same place that you Negroes visit to entertain by the same group of women that you that you try and get away from in America.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all here talking about I'm a traditional man and this is a modern woman and all that. That's what this is about. You know.
So look, I seen part of this conversation with the NoFAP stuff was a porn addiction. How does that play into it?
Well, I mean, some of us do got porn addiction. You know, I mean, if you're a single man, you're not with anybody. You got needs. So you go watch porn or go on these sex sites. And, you entertain yourself with that. You know, there's no woman that will entertain you on that level. So I mean, I don't know about that. I am a supporter of the porn.
Well, yeah, I think the porn addiction stuff is a psychological thing. Like I said, each his own. If you spending 24 hours watching porn, you got something else wrong with you. There's something else going on there.
Hairy, sweaty palms.
What's up, Jay?
Like 30 minutes. If you watch over an hour of porn, there's something wrong. It's something wrong. How you going? I mean.
Hey, Jake, where's your channel? I haven't heard from you in a while. What's your channel name?
Big J Triple X, ain't it?
Yeah, Big J XXX. Why?
Okay, it's spelled just like it sounds. Big Jake Triple X.
No, J. Big J.
Oh. Big J. It's just a J, or is J spelled out?
Big J, the letter J, X, X, X.
Okay, you didn't say that. Yeah, okay. Well, it's good to hear from you. I thought I heard you say something about me, but it doesn't matter. And you are speaking better, so that's a good thing.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Solution.
See. It's all right. I'll take it. I'll take that.
It's a compliment, Tyrone. What the hell are you talking about?
Nah, I'll take it. I'll take that. Yeah. I mean, a little slight, but it's good. It's all good. It's all good. I'm good. So anyway, I'm gonna get off and.
All right, brother. It's good to hear from you, man. I'm still kicking.
All right, then.
I'll try to be here on Thursday.
You have a good one.
All right.
All right, then.
But yeah,
you have a good one. I'm out.
Big J brought up a couple of points that I didn't know about with this semen retention. If men are retaining their semen to try to control women, that's even dumber than I thought, because that ain't even gonna happen. If you withdraw from your partner or whoever, then they're just gonna go find somebody else, because it's a natural thing to have sex and try to, do that stuff. I mean, it is what it is. Just wash your hands before you go to work and all that. What's up, Jay, New York?
Going on.
No, you got Mr. Solution on here defending Donald Trump in every aspect. He said, he just like Sargent said, Donald Trump didn't do shit wrong, didn't break any damn laws. And I'm showing him the damn the indictment and the code of the law that this motherfucker broke. But these people so cult-like that they won't even admit that he broke the damn laws.
No, I mean, I would say that I don't know if you can call it a great con man, but I mean, they definitely did a good job in causing a lot of confusion and even making what we consider some people intelligently stupid. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you're going to have people that believe what they're going to believe. What can you say? You want to believe what you want to believe it, But reality is reality, and everything will come, to the surface. And, people don't agree with it. I mean, we just might as well just say, you know what? then if it's okay for him to do crime, then let the whole country do crime and see where that goes, right?
Yeah. Mr. Solution sounds intelligent. Mr. Solution sounds like an intelligent guy, and it sounds like he got all his marbles, but he just ass stupid when it comes to Donald Trump.
Well, what did I say that was stupid, Tyrone?
You said that he didn't break any laws.
Well, Tyrone, it's only look. I understand how a novice like you would come to your conclusion, but you are being very naive. Those are mere allegations. Right. They haven't been proven. They haven't been tested. They haven't been challenged in a court of law.
Okay, so let me ask you. Let me ask you this: if you
hold on before you ask me anything, all right? Okay, that's an allegation that a legal representative has drawn up against Trump. And you're saying, first of all, you're violating the first premise of the Constitution. A person is innocent under the law until proven guilty. How many times have you heard that?
I just said it tonight.
Yeah, well, it's the thing. Just like you didn't know that women masturbate, there's just so many things that you're atavistic you're primitive on these issues. So these have to be challenged and dealt with in a court of law, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, humans masturbate, but listen, Donald.
Well, you said you didn't know that women masturbated. I'm just going by what you said.
That was when I was
and
younger.
I'm sure
that was when I was
you
younger.
Don't know what.
That was when I was younger.
You don't know what you say from moment to moment.
That was when I was. On. I didn't clarify. That's when I was younger, Mrs. Solutions.
How young?
Way
much
younger.
How young were you before you learned that women masturbate?
Probably 10th grade.
Okay.
But
you didn't clarify that. Okay, fine.
Okay, so whenever you first started talking, you said Donald Trump is innocent until proven guilty, and these charges
under the law.
Okay, so under the law, they form a process called a grand jury, and the grand jury looked at evidence and found out that Trump violated these laws. So shut the fuck up. Did I talk while you were talking, motherfucker? Why do you talk when I talk?
You don't understand what
you about like Sarge. Every time I talk, you talk. Can you shut the fuck up? I know it hurts that this country boy is slamming you down and trying to educate your dumb ass, but you can't talk when I talk, nigga. So shut up.
You need to educate, and I told you that's
okay. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. You said what you said. I need to find out ABC. You'll be next. And then who's this unknown caller line that I open?
Maze.
Okay, Maze, you go after ABC. ABC, welcome to the show. How you doing tonight, sir?
So look, Mr. Solutions already stole my thunder. And I guess my bigger question is, you know what he's saying is true. You know look, you can feel he's guilty all day long, but you know what Mr. Solutions is saying is true. So why continue to keep saying that he's found guilty? He's found guilty. The grand jury did this, he's found guilty. And he's not found guilty. So why do you keep pushing that when you know for a fact that he ain't convicted? It ain't had a
okay, first of all, I never used the word found guilty. I said that he broke law. Listen to what I'm saying. So you and Mr. Solution, dumbass, if that's what y'all heard, I'm correcting myself. He broke these laws. That's what I said. He broke fucking laws.
That's another lie then, because you can't say that he broke it. You ain't found out all the facts.
I didn't say he broke them. The grand jury said he broke the fucking laws, ABC.
They can't say that he broke the laws. What they find is that there's enough evidence that they believe it's possible he's guilty. Can't nobody say that he broke laws until he goes to court and it's decided.
Okay, so I want y'all to look at the first word on this indictment. Listen, I want y'all to look at the first word on this indictment. The first charge is violation of the Georgia RICO Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. He violated the law. No one said that he's guilty until it goes before the damn judge. I'm saying that he's a criminal. Shut the fuck up. I'm saying that he's a criminal because the grand jury found that he violated all of these fucking laws. He broke those fucking laws. I want y'all to listen to my words. Y'all are putting words in my mouth that I didn't say. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand it. You just said that the grand jury found that he broke the laws. That's not what they did. What is it? You started off, the first thing you said is the first charge. What's the charge, Tyrone?
Violation of the Georgia RICO Racketeering Influence and Corrupt Organization Act.
I understand that, but what's a charge?
He violated the RICO Act.
No, a charge is an accusation, dumbass.
ABC.
Found guilty goes into the thing. So quit.
Do you want me to go down? You want me to go down and find another charge to give you?
It ain't about that specific charge. I asked you what the definition of the charge is. A charge. What is a charge in law?
Okay, so here I'm gonna give you two: solicitation and violation of the oath of a public office, and the next one is false statements in writing.
You wasting time, man. I asked you the definition of what's the definition of a charge?
I'm gonna Google it for you.
Yeah, please.
Go home. Go to bed.
Yeah, go to bed.
We don't let anybody. We don't want to hear you.
Okay, so a charge is to accuse someone of something, especially an offense under the law.
Accused, motherfucker. Accused.
Okay.
You dumbass.
So what's the second part? Especially an offense under the law.
Okay, it's all an accusation, right? So
no, he broke the fucking laws, you dumbass. Listen to me. Listen to me, guys. Why would they listen to me? Why would we be going through all of this for all of this time? Them to fucking get together a grand jury, them to come down and write down all of these charges, them to have evidence of every fucking goddamn charge that they got, and then present it before a grand jury and tell this motherfucker you're indicted because you violated these fucking laws. You cult followers are so goddamn blind because it's Donald Trump and his white America, and y'all want to jump on their fucking coattails. I don't know what the fuck wrong with y'all.
No, hey Tyrone, let me finish saying what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What you doing? Seriously, man. You just read the definition of a charge. It's to accuse, and all I'm saying is I don't know. Maybe you don't recognize you saying it. You keep saying he broke the law. Then you say the grand jury said he broke the law, which they did not. They accused him of breaking the law. That's a charge. That's what a charge is. You keep saying all this stuff, and you talk about cult followers. Man, you are the biggest cult follower on TRS. I think you're the biggest. All these niggas are stupid as fuck. But you're the biggest cult follower there is, man, because you keep promoting this shit. You're like their cheerleader. They're
complaining old woman right now.
Promoting bullshit and fraud and lies.
Y'all hold on. Let me hear what he's saying. I can't hear what he's saying.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. That's your little cult followers in the background.
You ain't saying nothing.
You you're the leader of the band, and these niggas don't know how to shut the fuck up. So y'all keep going and keep going, and that's why you don't know nothing. That's why y'all be wrong about everything.
Okay, so hold on for 1 second. So are you and Mr. Solution saying that the legal system in this damn country is so corrupt that everybody that says anything against Donald Trump, they're wrong? Are y'all saying that?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so do you give credibility? Wait a minute, hold on. Do you give credibility to the Fulton County court system?
No.
Well, I don't know about that, but I don't know. I'm not saying I do.
So okay, right there. Why do you have doubt that somehow there's something wrong with the Fulton County court system?
It's because my personal belief that there's corruption throughout all this shit, and not just about.
Well, I'm asking you specifically about the Fulton County court system. Why do you think that there's something wrong there?
Because fuck the Fulton County
because it's a lady doing
court
it.
System. Fuck them. I don't give a fuck about them. Fuck that motherfucker. Fuck that black lady who's supposed to be a DA and she ain't shit. The nigga in New York ain't
basically,
shit. Basically, the court system. Wait a minute, man.
Go ahead. Let him finish. Go ahead.
You trying to focus me on Fulton County? I don't trust none of that shit. Anywhere, Iowa, California, I don't trust none of that shit. So basically, Fulton County, I'm saying fuck Fulton County.
Basically, what I heard is your feelings for Donald Trump got you saying fuck the goddamn Superior Court of Fulton County. That's what your feelings, because you didn't give me no reason, no justification why you got any doubt in Fulton County court system. Only thing I heard you say was fuck them, fuck Fannie Willis. You didn't tell me shit, nigga. So I mean, what the fuck?
So let me say this last thing. I'm gonna get off and let these dumbasses.
Hurry up, like you do it now.
Look,
you stay on, you bitch.
you
Stay
and
on,
all
you
these
little
dumb
bitch.
niggas, you scream and cry about the judicial system
Oh, here
all
we
day
go. This
long when a
dumb
black
shit.
person is
Stay
involved,
on, stay
when a
on
black
here, you
man is
little
involved.
Oh, now
But
you
then
bringing
all of a
race.
sudden,
You bringing
Trump, they're
race
gonna,
into it. Yeah, you bringing
so hold
race.
on, no, wait. You
Other
go
children do.
after the court,
Act
the
like
judicial
men.
system all day long, and it's all injustice and it's white
Yeah.
supremacy and racism.
Uh-huh.
And now
But
it's
Nah,
going at Trump, and you
see, we
believe
were
it.
having a
Now you
conversation
believe
without
it.
race, and
Now
here
you
you
believe
come
in it all of a sudden. All of a sudden you believe in it. You trust in it.
to justify your cult
You crazy as
behavior.
hell, man.
You want to bring race into it and say, "What about the black people that doubt the system?" I mean, you're a cult follower, ABC.
You attacking me
Yeah,
for
he is.
saying that I don't trust that system down there. That's what you just did. I'm saying
Yeah,
you trust
you
it
don't
now,
trust none.
but
That's
you
what
don't
you
trust
did.
it when a black man is involved. So
So
you
ignorant,
full
you
of
don't even
shit,
remember
man.
what
Because
right.
we seen Donald Trump on the phone violating the goddamn law. We heard the goddamn
Why ain't he
conversation.
convicted then? Why ain't he convicted then?
What he got to go through this process,
He's fighting the
ABC?
court.
Yeah, he got to go in court. So why you keep talking about you
Oh,
seeing it and he's
I want
guilty
you
and
to
shit?
talk about him. He's so
Shut the
precious. You
fuck
can't.
up and quit talking about it and move on to something else.
So let me ask you, like
gotta
I asked
give
Mr.
this child a
Solutions, when he
class.
called Georgia, was that breaking the law?
Not to him.
I don't think so.
Wow, amazing.
Look,
Did
he
Donald
went in
Trump do
jail.
anything, in your opinion, to break the law, ABC?
No.
I'm not aware that he did.
We know it. That's what's wrong with you.
Yo,
Oh,
we listen, a grown ass senior citizen don't know
And
shit
let
what's
these
going
dumb
on in the
niggas take
world.
over, man.
Dumb
They
bitch.
can't help
Put
themselves.
on,
They
listen,
in the
put on your
background
dress
cackling
and
like
keep it
bitches.
moving.
Because that's what we
Listen,
do
put
every
on your
Friday.
dress and keep it moving.
Uh-oh, let me let Miss Elisa get in there.
Nicki Minaj.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Hold on, let Elisa.
something was said incorrectly. The grand jury didn't accuse Donald Trump of anything.
Indicted him.
The prosecutors, the state, this is federal charges. They accused him. The grand jury sits and sorts through all of it. They sort through the evidence and everything that the grand jury puts forward, and they said, "Oh wow, they got enough to move forward."
Oh yeah. You're right.
You're going to court. So who was saying that they accused him? Who's that talking?
I think that was ABC.
Yeah, ABC. ABC. So the grand jury didn't accuse Donald Trump of anything. They looked everything over and they said, "Oh, y'all got enough evidence. We're indicting. Take it to trial." That's what the grand jury. They don't accuse anybody of anything.
Well, he was trying to play on words whenever he tried to say what's the definition of charge, and he tried to use semantics to make his point, which he sounds stupid.
They convicted him. He would be in jail right now, or he'll be convicted.
Okay, Maze, what's up? Welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Wait a minute, let Elisa finish. Go ahead.
If white collar crimes, the accused, they have the option to forego a grand jury and allow a judge to say whether or not. So a lot of people take their chances with the grand jury because they know a judge knows the law and will be most definitely just going to trial. So they didn't accuse him of anything. The grand jury didn't accuse him of nothing. They looked everything over and said, "Yeah, y'all got enough." That's the only thing they do.
All right, Maze, how you doing tonight?
Oh, well, Hunter Biden was indicted today. Mm-hmm. But you don't find them clowns saying that they happy he was indicted. You did not see Joe Biden go tell anybody to try to get somebody to stop it from happening or go through the courts and try to get the courts to stop it. And Trump was indicted because the evidence that they accused him of was proven. And so that's why he was indicted. But the slow and uninformed don't look at it that way. You can't say anything about Trump. You can't say anything about people that look like him. So they so in love with those people that are telling them how to run their lives that they want to put it on black people.
So in love.
Yeah, and another thing, Maze, is that they brought up the impeachment on Joe Biden, right? And this is what threw me about this impeachment is they're trying to impeach Joe Biden for something that happened 18 years ago. 18 years ago. When Bill Clinton got impeached, whatever happened in the White House during his term. When Donald Trump got impeached, whatever happened in the White House during his term. How the fuck can they impeach somebody for something that happened 18 years ago and they don't even have proof that he was involved? These people are nuts.
And he broke Hunter Biden broke the law. I'm saying he broke the law by having a gun and doing drugs. But we don't see him trying to fight it. But with Trump, every step of the way, what is he trying to do? Trying to find a judge to keep him from going here and a judge from going. That's showing that he must be guilty of something, and he broke the law. So he's got to be. He just got to go to court in order for them to prove that he broke it.
Well, the law that they're saying that he broke is that he bought a weapon while he was on drugs, right? Yes. Normally, if you do that, it don't even raise to this level of attention. You probably have to pay a fine or whatever. But now since it's Joe Biden's son and it happened 18 years ago, they just highlighting all that shit because they're trying to damage politically the Biden administration, which is stupid to me.
Well, hold on, Tyrone. Do you believe in the judicial system or not? This dude was on drugs with a gun.
No, ABC, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Listen to what I'm saying. Fuck Hunter Biden. If he broke the law, hold him accountable. Yeah, right, my point is, listen to what I'm saying. My point is it was 18 years ago. 18 years ago.
Okay. So he did a long time ago, so it really doesn't matter.
And I'm saying, but they want him indicted, but they don't want Trump indicted.
You got a lot of sympathy for that white boy, man. You must be a coon.
People like ABC.
ABC, did you not hear me say fuck Hunter Biden? Fuck him.
Yeah, but that don't cancel out your sympathy for him and shit.
I don't have no sympathy for Hunter Biden. Charge his ass. I don't give a fuck.
That was 18 years ago.
He got to go to court for what they indicted him for.
They don't do that to the black people when they get a gun charge.
He don't have that same sympathy for Hunter as he got for Trump. They both broke the law, and they both should be treated the same. But he don't think.
Yeah, you're not hearing me say Hunter Biden didn't break the law like you motherfucking cult followers. Y'all sitting here literally saying after 91 charges that this motherfucker didn't break the goddamn law. Out of them 91 goddamn charges or whatever, this motherfucker broke the law. Hunter Biden got that one goddamn charge. Goddamn, y'all stupid as fuck.
Okay, I got it now. So what you're saying is throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
Motherfucker, there's a document with 91 fucking charges on Donald Trump. You're talking about one fucking gun charge on Hunter Biden. 90 fucking one. The fuck?
And Tyrone,
comparing them then is what we're doing. We say which one better.
Hunter Biden
That's your point.
Go to court. Hunter Biden
Lesser
will
of
go
two
to
evils.
court, probably plead guilty, fine, and a slap on the wrist. That's what's gonna happen.
Trump did the same thing. He would make himself look better instead of going around getting these.
Charge Hunter Biden. I don't give a fuck about that. Shit.
But see, that's just it. Hunter Biden not going to prison for that. He's gonna go probably plead guilty, pay out a fine, and get a slap on the wrist. This is such a waste of time. But if you must do it for him to get his little misdemeanor or whatever they're gonna do. He's not going to prison over that.
All of a sudden, all these black people love the judicial system. He's going to get off. Just pay your fine.
See, you talking about bullshit, ABC.
But then
you talking about bullshit.
A black person, you gonna scream bloody murder and shit.
You talking about bullshit, ABC. You stick to the facts. Stick to the facts. Look, the difference between what you and I are saying is that I'm not supporting Hunter Biden. I say fucking lock his ass up if you need to. But and you guys are saying Donald Trump is innocent because he's your fucking Lord and Savior. That's the difference.
But your sympathy for him is coming out through everything you say. He just gonna pay a fine. That was 18 years ago. He paid a fine.
That is what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen, though.
You simping for
But
him.
you're saying Donald Trump is innocent, nigga.
This dude been making millions of dollars from foreign countries. Did he report himself as a foreign representative?
He is not begging. He's not
going around begging. You don't know what the fuck is going on with this.
That is not even being tried, ABC, about the foreign representative shit. They couldn't come up with no evidence for that. We're talking about the gun charge, you fucking moron.
They tried to stop the investigation that God testified in.
Nobody tried to stop the investigation because the Republicans are in charge of the fucking House and the investigation. Nobody tried to stop that goddamn investigation.
The FBI stopped it.
They just can't come up with nothing.
But you don't want to be.
He said we're simping for Hunter Biden. The only thing that's going to happen to him is he's going to probably plead guilty, get a fine, and a slap on the wrist. No one's simping. That's what's going to happen with that.
No, what I was saying is that Hunter Biden is not trying to fight it. Trump is the only one trying to fight it. ABC don't have nothing to say about it. Because if you're innocent, go try to go to court and get some lawyer to try to, judge to try to help you out. Go on and face the fire, just like if you did something, you yourself innocent.
Exactly. That's what
but he's not doing that, and I don't know why ABC them following them like ducks in a row.
Hunter Biden is not going to prison over that. So why are we fussing about this? And it's not simping. He's not going to prison.
We're talking about him getting indicted. ABC don't understand indicting. Why people get indicted? Because they broke the law.
And also, Hunter Biden is not the president, nor was he the president. And never will be. Nothing's gonna happen to him over this.
But I tell you one thing, these dumb Republicans are running on. The ABC is right down his alley. Everything they want to do is run on crime. Crime, but they don't look at their own crime. And nobody's stupid. We watch.
It would be worth it. It would be not really worth it. It would be comical to see Donald Trump win the presidency, and when he's talking to all of y'all, and when the people that's in his ear that's trying to turn this into a white ethno state, when they do it, it would be worth it to say, we told y'all dumbasses so.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It would be worth it. When we know what they're trying to do, and the people who's actually, Trump's not running anything, Trump don't have no sense. It's people backing him and people in his ear to the certain things they're trying to do with this country. And when they do it, it'll be worth it to say, we told y'all something.
Well, that's why I call them cult followers, because they clearly came on here and said Donald Trump is innocent. He didn't do shit. And we're saying that if Hunter Biden is guilty, then fucking charge his ass. We don't give a shit.
Charge him. Let him plead guilty. Who cares?
Nobody give a shit about that. But these guys are going crazy.
You don't understand when you say if one has been indicted and he's not fighting, and one has been indicted and he's trying to fight to keep from the truth from coming out. That's all he's trying to do.
If Joe Biden has committed a crime,
and that's what we listen to when ABC Sarge and Mr. Solution and the ones that follow him.
Yeah, if they committed a crime, charge their ass. Don't give a shit.
That's right. Just like all the other ones went to jail. They committed the crime. They in jail.
They in jail.
All of them going to jail. They didn't go right away, but after they went to court, where did they go? Straight to jail.
Yeah.
And y'all know what? If Trump doesn't win this election, I never thought that we would ever see this day. But I don't think Trump is going to win the election. And if he doesn't, Trump's going to federal prison. They might not send him to federal prison. They'll probably do a house arrest. But Trump is cooked if he does not win the election. And for a long time, was saying they ain't gonna do this. He's an ex-president. They're not gonna do all these damn indictments.
Well, he wanted to be the first, so let him be the first to go behind the bars.
He's gonna be the first. They have done it for him, and he will be the first, so that the next person will think better. I'm really surprised. I never thought we would get to where we are right now.
Yeah.
Where he's indicted up like this. Trump's going to prison, but he's going to win the election. That's what they're gunning for.
Well, technically, he disqualified from running for president according to the 14th Amendment.
Yes. And they find that.
And some of the red states, the attorney generals, they're looking into that.
All right, unknown caller, who is this?
George.
Hello? All right, I don't know. Whoever line this is, who line is this?
I dropped.
Who?
I dropped Jay.
Oh, Jay. All right, yeah, and guys, MAGA, it's changed the meaning from "Make America Great Again" to Donald Trump's "My ass got arrested." That's what MAGA stand for, because he got arrested like 3 times already.
There's people supporting this man, and y'all know he's guilty, and jumping through all these hoops, trying to scrape up anything. If Biden did something, then get him too. Both of them are too old to be running for president.
Yeah.
But this is just ridiculous.
Talk about something else. That's why they want to come and distract you from keeping from talking about what's happening today. And then you got Putin over there talking, and everything else, and he ain't connected to him, but then he's trying to lend out a hand to him, really?
These people, a lot of different people outside of this country, inside of this country, got a lot of plans. That's why they're hoping for Donald Trump. And these stupid, idiot fools is too stupid to see that. Donald Trump doesn't care what happens to this country. He just cares about having the Treasury Department as his private cash machine. And he just wants to be celebrated and loved and treated like the Fuhrer. That's the only thing he cares about. But these people got serious plans for this country by kicking democracy the hell away and turning this thing into something that we don't want to live in. And then you got idiots sitting up here. Well, the white people, I expect that. We know what they're about. We know the party of the Republicans, neo-Nazis, fascists, and all kind of stuff. But it gets to me when I hear black people say that they supporting Trump. That right there don't make sense to me. I don't like Biden, but I ain't stupid enough to support Trump.
Yep. Because I don't know what they expect from Donald. Like you said, Donald Trump don't give a fuck about them. He ain't got one person out of jail that's got locked up that's went to jail for his ass. I mean, he don't care about these people.
And the one black man still sitting up in there. He ain't do no GoFundMe to get him out.
No, I think he got out already, but he did stay in there longer than the rest of them.
But at the time, he didn't do nothing. They didn't even mention his name. He like his poor and uneducated, and that's ABC them. That's what he like, and they're too following him.
And that'll
so what we going to have to think? They don't have to have people think for them.
And that old foolish Afro-Caribbean did, and I'm glad they gave him more time than anybody else.
That's right, for being involved with him in the place.
But his Cuban behind over here, you forgot your skin is a little dark here, and you end up getting more time than the rest of them. I mean, I'm happy to that happened to him.
And Lindsey Graham, he still might be in trouble. He think he got out and scapegoat, and I hope they're going to get the other 10 that was a part of January 6th and pick them up and send them on home too.
He has paid nobody's bail, none of these people's lawyers, and you still got these fools out here. None of them don't question, well, why didn't he help the people that was, the people out on the ground, the people out here doing the work? He has to help any of the people holding on to all of the money. And what he's doing, a dinner fundraiser for Rudy Giuliani, all the money that Giuliani owed, and he hasn't even got hit with them lawsuits over those voting machines. The whole thing is just absolutely ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Yes, it is. They can't see that. The boss is telling them how to think.
I don't know what it is. I mean, this thing is amazing to me to watch how fast Donald Trump took over the Republican Party. And then not only did he take over the Republican Party, he took over the mindset of about 30% of the Americans. And I don't get how the fuck he did that. That just don't make no sense.
No, that was always there, man.
And all of that stuff.
So, they were just waiting for their leader. They were waiting for their leader
dog whistles, make America great.
They were always
well, the only comment in actually is that all of this is anti-Obama. They trying to, I don't know, because Obama ran a good presidency. He was a great president. You didn't have no scandals or anything like that. And they trying to replace that bit of history.
No, they mad with Joe Biden because he chose Kamala as his VP. That's what they mad with him about in the first place, because they're trying to get rid of her now and replace her with somebody else. Nancy Pelosi and all of them, they all, like I say, moving them parties together, you have to watch them closely. They're not happy with what Biden doing when he chose her.
And well, they might as well.
Be just like when Hillary ran. Voted for her.
Oh, that's another thing. These people ain't gonna vote for Joe Biden because of his age, and they don't want Kamala Harris to ever step up there to be president.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna lose though. I think he's gonna win this.
No.
I mean, yeah.
Well, he'll win it again. He'll win it again, but he shouldn't. He shouldn't. Joe Biden is too old.
The Democrats.
Yeah, he's too old. He needs to sit down. He needs to sit down. He did some great things for the country. The economy is all right. People are working. I shake his hand and congratulate him, but he need to go. He's too old.
Yeah, he needs to go.
I mean, how many people are over 60? How many
But
people
they saying
are
Kamala
over
needs to go.
60 in Congress? But how many people
That's
are
what
over
I'm
60 in Congress?
Nancy's still talking about running again.
Listen, everybody
need to
is
go
Republican.
home.
If you put all those 200 and something Republicans in the House and the Senate, right, and you start counting them and you start asking them, how old are you, right? I guarantee you that probably 80 or 90% are like over 60 years old. 60. So not to say that they're old. I'm just saying that they're not a new generation. Is what I'm saying.
No,
they're not
because
40.
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, they need to be term
Pelosi
limits.
says she running again. Nancy Pelosi says she running again.
She says she running. She need to run on out the door.
And she's gonna be 83.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like that lady out there in California, Dianne Feinstein. That lady is old as I don't know what. She got the shingles. And, I mean, I don't know. They just old. So they need to sit down somewhere.
And Mitch McConnell, that's freezing up.
What?
He don't know if he going to come or something.
Just tell Joe Biden, thank you. You wanted to be president for a long time. It was handed to you on a silver platter. We thank you for running to get rid of Trump. You helped get rid of Trump. So now it's time to go play golf.
Time to go.
And enjoy your grandkids. That's what he needs to be doing.
It's time for him to go.
And Trump's too old.
So let me ask you, who's the candidate? Who's the candidate?
Trump's 78.
Newsom is the only one we got.
I'm pretty sure there's some candidates out there, man. They just ain't step forward because they're
not gonna
committed.
They're not gonna let them in. They're not gonna let them.
Yeah, they standing behind fucking Joe Biden.
88, probably 80% of the Democratic Party are older people, older senior citizens. The same thing for Republicans. Look at who's running the show, at least for the power hitters, the power players, the ones that make the decisions, the ones that got control, is usually the old. Look at Mitch McConnell, right?
He freezing.
Yeah, when they should know about the age whenever they seen Mitch McConnell have to press pause twice. He did it 2 times. 2 times. He pressed pause, and then they had to press the play button on his ass.
Come on, man. At least he pressed pause. He didn't drop. At least he held his... Listen, people could argue and say he was getting his thoughts together, right? Mm-hmm. He was getting his thoughts together.
Then they have the nerve to say, why are people not in the Republican Party? Nobody in the Republican Party represents you but Tim Scott. He's the only one there. Nobody else.
And he getting questioned about his sexuality because he's single, and he's saying discrimination. And
he got a girl.
He's the one saying that America ain't racist, but now he's saying because he's black, they questioning his sexuality.
Yeah.
He ain't got no girlfriend. They question his sexuality just like
he had one.
Lindsey Graham's sexuality. They ain't got no girlfriend. Lindsey Graham either. They have kept, I don't know this. What is the word? Alleged homosexuality a secret. That's why people
Yeah, Lindsey Graham cried too much. He might be, gay, cause he cry every time he on TV.
The rumor mill's been the alleged rumor mills has been in behind Lindsey Graham for so long, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Lindsey Graham still got his that's your politician Tyrone. But the thing is,
against your own people.
Nobody will push up because the establishment will not get out the way. That's the problem. Trump is too old. Biden is too old. Like we said, Mitch McConnell freezing, and Nancy Pelosi shaking, can't get up off her knees when they go down. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Sitting on the vote,
this
and ain't doing nothing. Every blue moon to say he's doing something, he ain't doing nothing either.
And y'all see how Biden walked off the stage? What was that, about last week, a week before last? They were giving a medal to some World War II veteran. And that World War II veteran was real old, but he was sharp. And Biden walked right off the stage looking bewildered and walked past everybody. And they was looking like, where you going? He forgot what he was up on the stage for. This is ridiculous. Over 350 million people. What, 350? Well, how many people in the United States?
300 million.
300. Yeah, around 300 million, 350 million. And we have nobody other than lying old Trump looking the fool, Joe Biden, who looked like you blow on him hard enough, he'll turn over, Mitch McConnell freezing, Nancy can't get up off her knees, and Dianne Feinstein, they wheeling her around in a chair. This makes no sense.
And the one that go to sleep,
have power.
And the one that go to sleep all the time up there.
And like the congressman from my state, Steny Hoyer, he's like the second up under Nancy Pelosi. Real powerful up there in the House. He's like, I think Steny Hoyer, I forgot how long. Hey Siri, how old is Congressman Steny Hoyer?
Who pays for their trips when they got?
Yeah, he's 80. Steny Hoyer is 84.
Yeah, they got to go. They got to go.
They always talk about a Democrat, but they can't never talk about a Republican. They don't get it. Their brains don't function.
Who pays their transportation?
Could you have them leave at 1 o'clock or something, so people can talk? Give him a curfew on Saturday night.
Yeah, I mean, but the Republicans are just too scared to call Trump out about anything.
That's anything he do.
Yeah, like Mr. Solution is scared. Like Mr. Solution was scared that Trump was gonna reach in here and slap him if he said something wrong. ABC too. I don't know what it is that Trump got over these people.
I know one thing. My sister's boss should be trying to convince them on Trump, and they look at her like, "You crazy lady." And she always say he did a whole lot for the country. And like, what did he do? Can you tell me? He gave y'all a tax break that you don't have to come pay back next year. But then the Congress got
a lot of people, they say that the economy was good under Trump up until COVID. The only reason the economy was good up until Trump, up until COVID, because Barack had turned it around, so the economy was on the upswing.
Exactly.
That's why the economy was good. That was the only reason. Trump didn't do anything.
That's the only reason they want to take it over after they straighten it out, and then they want to get it and mess it up again.
The economy was on the upswing, on a good upswing after George Bush destroyed it, and then they want to give Trump, well, the economy was great, yeah, because it was on the upswing because of Obama. That's why.
Well, yeah, we seen Obama economic teams come out there and tell us what they were going to do and all this kind of stuff, and even Obama was telling us what they're going to do, and then they made it happen. Donald Trump ain't never had no briefing where he told us anything about the goddamn economy. Never.
I don't know. I'm scared for the country. I am because this article I was reading about what the catastrophe that is going to be the United States if Trump wins that election. I don't think he will, but it's really scary, the different things that he's already said he's going to do. He's a fascist. He wants to be a dictator. He wants to be Führer. He wants to be king. And that's all he care about. Them people that's in his ear, as far as he's concerned, they can do whatever type of thing they want to do.
Well, yeah, and that's what's scary, because Trump is plain outright saying that if he get elected, he's going to use his power to attack his political enemies. He's going to tear down institutions and all this kind of stuff, and people are still supporting this guy. All of that is unconstitutional.
He's going to pardon all those that have been put in jail like he did the first time. Those that he got that he pardoned should have still been in jail. His son-in-law, father, and a whole lot more, because he really broke the law. That's why he was in jail, for all the stuff he did when he was in New York, scamming people. And then he pardoned him too. But he's a businessman.
But the people, they're not paying. I would suggest everybody go and study World War II. The 10 years coming up to World War II, and the same thing is mimicking now. How the SS and Nazi Party and different other things like that. Hitler, who was a bum, and like Trump is a bum. How he worked his way up, and the things that they said they were gonna do, and they did it. Once they got in office, anyone who was going to even come up against, they got rid of all the other parties where no one could run for anything. They just took it over. And it's the same type of things that they're talking democracy. That'll become a thing of the past. And I don't see why people do not see that history is repeating itself, is trying to repeat itself here in this country. Study World War II and how to come up with all of that. and you hear so many things that sound familiar until it's scary.
And that sounded just familiar.
And who did Trump idolize? And they said he was in high school and in college? Adolf Hitler. And he loved his book, Mein Kampf. Study world. A lot of people say, oh, he's just fear-mongering. Study World War II, and you'll see the similarities. A lot of similarities. Because he's saying it out of his mouth what he's going to do. What he's going to do when he gets in there. And that's the same thing that they did.
Yeah, but the only person that got sense of going home is Mitt Romney. He already see the light, so he's going to leave. He's not going to even run anymore.
Nah, Mitt.
And the worst of them should join him.
Nah, Mitt left. I think he's a coward, too.
Yeah, he's a coward, but he's doing his job to leave.
These dudes is cowards.
Time is up.
The
I
party
can't
is
blame
crumbling.
them, though.
But
I
all them
know what it is.
I would leave Margaret Green them.
Wait. But this is the thing. Hold on. Blame them, right? So you have sympathy for him, right? And this is the thing. When these people that get into politics, they have a job to, do things that control this country's people's lives and things like that. So you can't be a weak person. And what I guess they think is toughness, is what is their demise. And I'm just saying that, I'm saying, when is somebody going to step up? I mean, Chris Christie is not the best guy in the world, but he's talking against the grain. But he's saying it, and he is just as bad as probably them anyway. But
they can't forgive him because he shook Obama's hand, so they don't care nothing about him anymore. And the lady that's running, she took the flag down in Carolina. They don't care nothing about her anymore. They just throw her up there just to make it look like Nikki Haley. They make it look like they want her. That's all it is. Because they want their flags and everything else up. Because what I see is that if they don't make some changes, the world going to make the changes itself. And some people going to be left out. And ABC them going to be right there with them. Because ain't nobody going to want to deal with them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, but when it's all said and done, it's just white people in America that is causing all this chaos because they're the ones that's putting these crazy people in place.
Yeah, it really is. Because I was watching a documentary about Europe, and like how all the countries that are involved with NATO, and they're trying to get Germany to up their game as far as their military, because they hadn't been spending. Because Trump said that Europe was lazy. They don't want to spend, and he's right about that. They don't want to spend the money to up their military for their own security for their countries in case different things like they're dealing with China and Russia and different things like that.
The reason Germany backed off is because they used to be Nazis. That's the reason nobody didn't trust them.
But they want Germany to build up their
I trust them now.
Infrastructure.
I think they should.
A little bit now. But they want them to build up their military infrastructure. And guess why? Because they no longer have trust in the United States. And they should.
They mess up the money. They mess up like Canada.
The United States spent all that money on the military and different things like that because they look to them for protection. If this happens, if that happens, that's why they got the whole NATO thing going. Mm-hmm. But it's time for Europe to build up their stuff. They basically said it because they cannot trust the United States anymore.
Germany been sitting on the sideline for too long, so I think they should, build up their military.
Yeah, they should.
Well, when they have the African summit, it's going to be a shock when they do have it. If you see it on TV, if y'all watch it, you're going to be in a state of shock. What y'all about to hear? They're not playing anymore either.
The African Union.
Yep.
And Donald Trump ain't ashamed of saying that he support Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. And I don't know if y'all remember when Barack Obama was running for office and Sarah Palin got herself up there and Barack Obama is palling around with terrorists and he would allow these dictators a meeting. And Donald Trump is just blatantly saying the shit that they was against when Barack Obama was running for president. And they don't give a shit.
They love it to death. Like they want to go over there and join him. especially Sarge. He'll come in here screaming after he got his notes messed up. That he got it messed up because he wanted to come in and talk about Hunter. So I took care of that title for you tonight. Come in with something else.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't give a shit about Hunter Biden. Nobody gives a shit about Hunter Biden.
I don't think anybody gives a damn.
Yes, it's a crime, but one can make a crime and you overlook that one and then look at the other one.
And what they're trying to do is tie that shit to Joe Biden, which they failing at. I don't know. They failing at tying it to Joe Biden. They've been asking for evidence for 5 years about this freaking laptop. We ain't heard about that in a while. So I don't know.
But the thing is, the American people is ignoring that the politicians up there, they ain't doing the work. Just like with this whole with Joe Biden, the impeachment inquiry. That is just a waste of time. It is a waste of the people's money.
Yeah.
When they all should be up there working and trying to solve some things. There's a lot of things in this country that needs taken care of, and the people are sitting back while they all up there playing games. This whole impeachment thing was in Biden is just games, and it's a waste of time and a waste of money. And people fuss, but everybody should head to Washington with pitchforks and say, y'all gonna cut this mess out, this impeachment inquiry, y'all, because they're playing political games. They're not doing any work. And when I heard that they had announced they're going to do the impeachment inquiry, because they're just trying to appease Trump and his people, and the Speaker of the House, whatever his name is, he's afraid that he can't keep his seat. The Republicans get mad at him, so he wants to hold on to his seat. So that's why he's doing this. They know nothing's going to come from that. This is a bunch of waste of time and a waste of energy when they could be working and doing things. These politicians have been playing games for the longest, and the American people sit back and accept it.
Yep.
They sit back and accept it.
Yeah, this is a BS. This is a BS impeachment because they ain't. What are they impeaching him on? They ain't got no evidence. They ain't got nothing that he done. It's just ridiculous.
But Tyrone, you know Tuberville? I heard that dumb man say that they can replace the man, that the ones that there can stay until they replace him. He was dumb enough to know that man got to leave. He was too dumb to know that. I'm like, and he's holding up the military people.
Yep.
Because he don't want people to be promoted to their job.
Yep.
They keep saying it bright as day, but you see them won't admit it. That's what the problem is. You know, said it twice. Nobody was listening to him.
So I always say the Republicans can't govern, and they can't. They don't. It's been a clown show ever since. They'll make up something. They'll make up Black Lives Matter. They'll make up critical race theory. They'll make up woke. They'll make up all this bullshit. Hunter Biden laptop. They'll make up all of this shit so people like ABC dumbass and Sarge can come on here and yell and scream about some bullshit.
Doesn't call people names. Nobody calling nobody names like they little ladies or something, calling out names and all this bad words. And I'm like, what's with this? Because you get mad and don't want to face it. And solution two.
Yeah, because Hunter Biden laptop was supposed to be proving something. I don't know what it's supposed to be proving. I was waiting. Ain't nothing ever come of that shit.
Don't have no proof. But I have to go. It was nice talking and chatting with you all.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, guys.
Then, what's that?
Go ahead.
Mike Huckabee. Did y'all hear Mike Huckabee was on something other he was on, and he was talking about the next election is going to be counted. It's going to be decided with bullets.
Oh jeez! See, they trying to enrage these damn white people to go out there and do stupid shit.
To get out here, and the thing is, and who's going to be doing the shooting and who's going to get shot? That is the problem. And they're saying things like that. His daughter is too. She's a crook too, and they're saying things like that. Who's going to do the shooting and who's going to get shot? Mike Huckabee can decide that on his own. He has a family. He can just take care of that with them.
They know that these white people in this country are just stupid. These white people is dumb as hell. I ain't never seen nobody so stupid besides ABC and Sarge. These people just fall for any damn thing. They don't give a shit about this country.
Oh, I've seen a few black people following that stuff, and it's like, where are you all going to fit in if they if they're able to do what they're trying to do? That's the crazy part.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Tim Scott is getting his wake up card right now because they don't want him to be president. They don't want to support him financially. So now they question his sexuality.
Yeah, well, let them question it. I don't care. I really question all you want. It really doesn't matter. But I don't see why y'all not afraid for what could possibly happen. I am. I hope it doesn't, but I am afraid of what could possibly happen.
Yeah, I mean, if Donald Trump get in charge, there ain't no telling how this country gonna turn out.
It's gonna be a big bet. It's gonna. I don't know. And all these black people that thinking he gonna get in reparations, and I don't know. They have not really explained what do they expect that he's gonna do. I know they hate the Democrats because the Democrats ain't never did nothing for us. Okay, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you all think the Republican Donald Trump isn't going to give you all anything because he's going by what other people tell him to do. So I don't understand what they expect Trump is going to do for. Okay, like I said, people of color. Forget people of color. We know he doesn't like Latinos. So. What do they think he's going to do for them? And none of them can really express it. Oh, you're waiting on reparations? He's not going to give you all reparations. Democrats ain't give it to you. Do you expect the Republican Party to do that?
I don't know. I think it's just like they hate themselves. So whatever party the black people is in, they're going to be on the opposite side of that party.
Oh, I think they're smarter than everybody. Because I've had people say, well, you're just sheep. You're sheep. You're following the what is it called? The something of the plantation. Yeah, you're sheep. You're just sheep. Okay. Well, it would be kind of worth it to see what happens and to be able to say, I told you so. I just don't see why they don't get that. I told you so.
ABC, I see you keep calling. Are you trying to get in?
No, well, my phone locked up. No, I wouldn't so much. I was going to comment that, y'all said that the impeachment of Biden is a waste of time and stuff. And what about the two impeachments of Trump?
He was guilty.
No, I'm just asking: is impeachment a waste? Is impeachment a waste of time, or is it not a waste of
time? The Biden impeachment is from something that happened 18 years ago, brother.
Well, whatever the deal is, if somebody's got some reason to try to bring somebody up on impeachment, and they go through all this process, and after they're impeached, nothing is really happening to them. It ain't like it's a criminal offense. So is it a waste of time or is it not a waste of time?
What the hell are you trying to say? For Joe Biden, it's a waste. For Joe Biden, it's a waste of time. For Donald Trump, it was perfectly fine for them to impeach that man.
and you know what I'm pointing out, man, is real talk. I mean, I'm being serious. You said something about cult followers. That's one thing I can refer back to, but it's like you're one-sided, man. You know, you keep saying, hey, fuck the Democrats, fuck Biden, fuck this and all, and fuck this Trump and all this stuff. But then, you know, impeachment is a waste of time if they do it to this one, but not to that one. So it's about that person rather than is impeachment itself doing
you're not looking at the perspective, ABC. When Donald Trump got impeached, while he was in office, he started an insurrection. While he was in office, he called Vladimir Zelensky and tried to have him interfere with our election. While he was in office, they're impeaching Joe Biden with no evidence. There is nothing there's nothing they said Joe Biden done. The only thing that they're saying that Joe Biden did, he could be associated with his son while he was vice president for something that happened 18 years ago. That is no reason to impeach no goddamn body. Do you understand that?
Well, no, because the reason that you gave just now that they could be, you saying that reason is not worth anything. That's working with a foreign country, the shit that they accused Trump of.
There's no evidence of that. There is no evidence.
Wait a minute, man. in impeachment, they got to go through this whole thing where they discovery and they show all the reasons why and all this shit, and then it's a vote whether they're going to impeach or not.
That is not the way it worked, brother.
The whole discussion about Biden and the laptop and all this stuff was about Hunter, but the concern or the issue was, well, was his father involved with this? You know, it seems like his father is on video saying, "Hey, I went over there and told him to get rid of this prosecutor." And that prosecutor is the same one that was going after bereavement.
That's a conspiracy, ABC.
But hold on, man. Why you got to do that? You said there was no reason.
There is no reason.
Well, hold on. You keep asking for the result when they can't get to the result.
Okay, so let me put it to you like this right here. When Bill Clinton got impeached,
okay,
Monica Lewinsky gave up the dress with whatever evidence on it, right? There was evidence, and they impeached that man, and that fat lady was telling on Monica Lewinsky. There was evidence okay. So what? Shut up. While he was in office, when Donald Trump got impeached, the insurrection happened. And when Donald Trump got impeached, there was a phone call that everybody heard of him calling Vladimir Zelensky. When Joe Biden is getting impeached, there is no evidence, nothing. Do you understand that?
Wait.
So wait.
No.
Well, so wait. Hold on, let me finish right quick. You're saying that they should impeach him first and then find the evidence. That is not the way it works. Good Lord.
And let's not forget the hearings that they had on the Hill for what months? So they had people come in and testify about them phone calls and all of that. And when it came time for them to produce the evidence, they had nothing. So we're not going to forget the hearing.
Okay, so here's the thing. I've heard some of these hearings. The shit's on YouTube. You can listen for yourself. Now they had nothing. They nothing.
They did.
You don't know what they had. We don't even know the details of all this because
why didn't they tell it? Since you want to mock somebody when they had the microphone in their faces, time for them to speak. Everybody was like, "Well, I didn't know anything about what. No, I didn't see anything. But no, that didn't know. So what do you so I can say? They had nothing. It doesn't make you right. It doesn't make you right, Mark.
You can hear it yourself on YouTube. There's the one that sticks in my mind immediately is the guy who was doing the investigation, the TRS investigation, and he was following the breadcrumbs through that laptop stuff, what was going on with Biden. And then they got stuff about Biden, daddy using different names and him calling into this stuff. He was breadcrumbs leading him to something. And he said that his superiors at the IRS place or whatever told him to stop for it.
Okay, so ABC, listen.
So
why don't you?
They don't have anything. Oh, Tyrone, why you do that? I'm saying, look, you act like this ain't shit. And then, what's the name? This is they don't have anything, but these people come.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do is since
they got all this other shit.
What I'm trying to ask you is since you saying they do have something, why don't you share with us what they have? Something that the Republicans failed to do. Tell us what evidence they have. Tell us what they have, ABC.
Nobody won't tell the evidence. Nobody won't show the evidence.
No, we're going to let ABC tell the evidence right now. Give us the evidence for impeachment. Wait a minute, damn it. Let ABC give us the evidence for impeachment right now. Can you tell me that, ABC?
No, I ain't a lawyer. I can't give you evidence. You want evidence.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Wait, Tyrone. Come on, man.
I'm not a lawyer.
I'm telling you this, and I'm just going with this one because it's in my head. They did a hearing. They're interviewing the IRS guy. Mm-hmm. And he's saying, we're following this, and we had this, and we got this information, but then the superiors stopped us from going further. That's reason for an inquiry to push further. Why did they stop him? What's going on with that now? Do you acknowledge that they stopped this guy from pursuing through the IRS what was going on with this the monies that was from Biden?
Biden? Let's take everything you just said about them stopping the IRS guy and all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah. That does not prove that Joe Biden is guilty of anything. Do you understand that?
Look, Trump ain't guilty of nothing. It's all accusations.
Oh, God.
No, listen, I'm trying to be serious, man. You
Okay.
throw out all of this, you got all this evidence and all those facts, and this guy's indicted and 91 times, and you do all this stuff, and it's all, you laying it out. But there's no facts there. It ain't done. There's accusations. So then I'm saying, okay, so you got all those accusations. Here's the reason why there's those accusations. Now over here, here's the reason why there's accusations towards Biden. And they ain't even charged him or nothing like that. But they ain't charged him and they ain't got the indictments. They ain't doing all that stuff because
ABC.
it's thwarted.
Listen.
His people, the Biden administration is in control of the government. So the Twitter file shows that the FBI, all this administration, the Biden government is stopping stuff and blocking shit and censoring.
That's a conspiracy.
They controlling it.
That's a conspiracy.
They were found. Okay, real quick, just last thing. Are you aware that a federal judge, said that that administration was guilty of coercing these social media people? Are you aware of that?
That was during Donald Trump's. Donald Trump was the president.
Okay, all right, okay, I'm done. Okay.
No, Donald. Listen, whenever y'all talking about all this social media stuff, Donald Trump was the goddamn president. As a matter of fact, he was the government telling Twitter not to do shit. And y'all somehow or another made Joe Biden the president.
The guy's name that comes up is this guy Flaherty, who is under Biden. The Biden social media guy, I forget his position, but Robert Flaherty. I know the last name is Flaherty. I think the first name.
But who was president when they were saying that the government was trying to control social media? ABC.
Robert Flaherty. I just
who was the president of the United States when they say
Biden.
No, he was
the guy that they're going
Listen,
after.
Brother.
The name that they brought up is this Robert Flaherty, who is working for Biden.
Brother,
that's the name that they said.
Brother, whenever they were saying the government was trying to control Twitter, Donald Trump was the goddamn president.
Look up the names. Who did they investigate? Who are the people that they said were from government that were making these calls and doing all this shit? I gave you a name. That's the one name I remember, Flaherty.
Okay, well, that's neither here nor there.
Give me the names of the Trump people that was doing all this shit.
Well, that's neither here nor there because what we're talking about is
here nor there. You don't want to keep saying it's Trump's people.
Well,
you don't want making it something.
Okay, let me see. Let me see if I can find this. You said we don't have no evidence. We heard this phone call.
So, Mr. President, everybody is on the line, and just so this is Mark Meadows, the Chief of Staff, just so we all are aware, on the line is Secretary of State and two other individuals, Jordan and Mr. Germany. With him, you also have the attorneys that represent the president.
That is that Georgia phone call that Donald Trump made. That is evidence that Donald Trump broke the motherfucking law. Now, what I'm telling you with the Biden impeachment, shut the fuck up. What I'm trying to tell you, can you shut the fuck up? What I'm trying to tell you is that there is no evidence that Joe Biden did anything of high crimes and misdemeanors. Do you understand that?
It ain't being investigated, but play the part where Trump is talking on that audio you got.
Let me see if I can find it.
The registration roll, which they had to be. You had 18,325 vacant address voters. The address was vacant, and they're not allowed to be counted. That's 18,325. Smaller number, you had 904 who only voted where they had just a PO, a post office box number. And they had a post office box number, and that's not allowed. We had at least 18,000, that's on tape. We had them counted very painstakingly. 18,000 voters having to do with, she's a vote scammer, a professional vote scammer and hustler. That was the tape that's been shown all over the world that makes everybody look bad. You, me, and everybody else. Where they got number one, they said very clearly, and it's been reported that they said there was a major water main break. Everybody fled the area, and then they came back, and her daughter and a few people. There were no Republican poll watchers. Actually, there were no Democrat poll watchers. I guess they were them, but there were no Democrats either, and there was no law enforcement. Early in the morning, they went to the table with the black robe, the black shield, and they pulled out the votes. Those votes were put there a number of hours before the table was put there. I think it was, Brad, you would know, it was probably 8 hours or 7 hours before, and then it was stuffed with votes. They weren't in an official voter box. They were in what looked to be suitcases or trunks, suitcases, but they weren't in voter boxes. The minimum number it could be, because we watched it and they watched it certified in slow motion, instant replay, if you can believe it, but they had slow motion and it was magnified many times over. And the minimum it was 18,000 ballots, all for Biden. You had out-of-state voters. They voted in Georgia, but they were from out of state, of 4,925. You had absentee ballot sent to vacant. They were absentee ballots sent to vacant addresses. They had nothing on them about addresses. That's 2,326. And you had drop boxes, which was very bad. You had drop boxes that were picked up. We have photographs and we have affidavits from many people. I don't know if you saw the hearings, but you have drop boxes where the box was picked up and not delivered for 3 days. So all sorts of things could have happened to that box, including, putting in the votes that you wanted. So there are many infractions, and the bottom line is many, many times the 11,779 margin that they said we lost by. We had the state is in turmoil over this. And I know you would like to get to the bottom of it, although I saw you on television today and you said that you found nothing wrong. I didn't lose the state, Brad. People have been saying that it was the highest vote ever. There was no way. A lot of the political people said that there's no way they beat me, and they beat me. They beat me in the poll. As you know, every single state, we won every state. We won every state house in the country. We held the Senate, which is shocking to people, although we'll see what happens tomorrow or in a few days. And we won the House, but we won every single state house. And we won Congress, which was supposed to lose 15 seats, and they gained, I think, 16 or 17 or something. I think there's now a difference of 5. There was supposed to be a difference substantially more. But politicians in every state, but politicians in Georgia have given affidavits and are going to that there was no way they beat me in the election, that the people came out. In fact, they were expecting to lose, and they ended up winning by a lot because of the coattails. And they said there's no way that they've done many polls prior to the election. There was no way that they won. Ballots were dropped in massive numbers, and we're trying to get to those numbers, and we will have them. They'll take a period of time, certified, but they're massive numbers, and far greater than the 11,779. The other thing, dead people. So dead people voted, and I think the number is in close to 5,000 people. And they went to obituaries, they went to all sorts of methods to come up with an accurate number, and a minimum is close to about 5,000 voters. The bottom line is when you add it all up, and then you start adding, 300,000 fake ballots, then the other thing they said is in Fulton County and other areas, and this may or may not be true, this just came up this morning, that they are burning their ballots, that they are shredding ballots and removing equipment. They're changing the equipment on the Dominion machines, and that's not legal. And they supposedly shredded, I think they said 3,000 pounds of ballots, and that just came to us as a report today. And, it's a very sad situation. But Brad, if you took the minimum numbers were many, many times above the 11,779, and many of those numbers are certified, or they will be certified, but they are certified. Those are numbers that are there, that exist, and that beat the margin of loss. They beat it, by a lot. And people should be happy to have an accurate count instead of an election where there's turmoil. There's turmoil in Georgia and other places. You're not the only one. We have other states that I believe will be flipping to us very shortly. And but this is something that's as an example, I think in Detroit, and I think there's a good section of your state actually, which we're not sure, so we're not going to report it yet. But in Detroit, we had 139% of the people voted. That's not too good. In Pennsylvania, they had well over 200,000 more votes than they had people voting, and that doesn't play too well. And the legislature there which is Republican, is extremely activist and angry. But there were other things also that were almost as bad as that, but they had, as an example, in Michigan, a tremendous number of dead people that voted. I think Mark, it was 18,000, some unbelievably high number, much higher than yours. You were in the 4,000 to 5,000 category, and that was checked out laboriously by going through the obituary columns in the newspapers. So I guess with all of it being said, Brad, it's the bottom line. And provisional ballots, again, you'll have to tell me about the provisional ballots, but we have a lot of people that were complaining that they weren't able to vote because they were already voted for. And these are great people, and they were shell-shocked. I don't know if you call that provisional ballots. In some states, we had a lot of provisional ballot situations where people were given a provisional ballot because when they walked in on November 3rd, they were already voted for. So that's it. We have many, many times the number of votes necessary to win the state, and we won the state, and we won it very substantially and easily, and we have much of this is they're certified. Far more is certified than we need, but we're getting additional numbers certified too, and we're getting pictures of drop boxes being delivered late, and delivered 3 days later in some cases. Plus, we have many affidavits to that effect.
So, Mr. President, if I might be able to jump in, and I'll give Brad a chance, Mr. Secretary, obviously there are allegations where we believe that not every vote or fair vote and legal vote was counted, and that's at odds with the representation from the Secretary of State's office. What I'm hopeful for is there some way that we can find some kind of an agreement to look at this a little bit more fully. The president mentioned Fulton County, but in some of these areas where there seems to be a difference of where the facts seem to lead. And so, Mr. Secretary, I was hopeful that, in a spirit of cooperation and compromises, there's something that we can at least have a discussion to look at some of these allegations to find a path forward that's less litigious.
Well, I listened to what the president has just said. President Trump, we've had several lawsuits, and we've had to respond in court to the lawsuits and the contentions. We don't agree that you have one. I didn't agree about the 200,000 number that you'd mentioned. And I could go through that point by point. What we had done is we gave our state senate about 1.5 hours of our time going through the election issue by issue. And then on the State House, the Government Affairs Committee, we gave them about 2.5 hours of our time, going back point by point on all the issues of contention. And then just a few days ago, we met with our U.S. congressman, Republican congressman, and we gave them about 2 hours of our time talking about this past election. Going back, primarily what you've talked about here, focused in on primarily, I believe, is the absentee ballot process. I don't believe that you're really questioning the Dominion machines, because we did a hand retally, a 100% retally of all the ballots, and compared that to what the machine said, and it came up with virtually the same result. Then we did the recount, we got virtually the same result. So I guess we could probably take that off the table. I don't think there's an issue about that. I think what
well, Brad, not that there's not an issue, but because we have a big issue with Dominion and other states, and perhaps in yours, but we haven't felt we needed to go there. And just to maybe put a little different spin on what Mark is saying, Mark Meadows. Yeah, we'd like to go further, but we don't really need to. We have all the votes we need. We won the state. If you took, these are the most minimal numbers, the numbers that I gave you. Those are numbers that are certified, your absentee ballots sent to vacant addresses, your out-of-state voters, 4,925. When you add them up, it's many times the 11,779 number. So we could go through, we have not gone through your Dominion, so we can't give them blessing. I mean, in other states, we think we found tremendous corruption with Dominion machines, but we'll have to see. But we only lost the state by by that number, 11,000 votes, and 779. So with that being said, with just what we have, and with just what we have, we're giving you minimal numbers. We're doing the most conservative numbers possible. We're many times above the margin, and so we don't really have to, Mark. I don't think we have to go through machines because what's the difference between winning the election by two votes and winning it by 500,000 votes? I think we probably did win it by 500,000. One of the things that happened, Brad, is we have other people coming in now from Alabama and from South Carolina and from other states, and they're saying it's impossible for you to have lost Georgia. We won, in Alabama, we set a record, got the highest vote ever. In Georgia, we set a record with a massive amount of votes, and they say it's not possible to have lost Georgia. And I could tell you by our rallies. I could tell you by the rally I'm having on Monday night, the place, they already have lines of people standing out front waiting. It's just not possible to have lost Georgia. It's not possible. When I heard it was close, I said, there's no way. But they dropped a lot of votes in there late at night. You know that, Brad. And that's what we are working on very, very stringently. But regardless of those votes, with all of it being said, we lost by essentially 11,000 votes, and we have many more votes already calculated and certified too. So I just don't know, Mark, I don't know what's the purpose. I won't give Dominion a pass because we found too many bad things, but we don't need Dominion or anything else. We have won this election in Georgia based on all of this, and there's nothing wrong with saying that, Brad. I mean, having a correct, the people of Georgia are angry, and these numbers are going to be repeated on Monday night, along with others that we're going to have by that time, which are much more substantial even. And the people of Georgia are angry. The people of the country are angry, and there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated, because the 2,236 and absentee ballots, I mean, they're all exact numbers that were done by accounting firms, law firms, etc. And even if you cut them in half, and cut them in half again, it's more votes than we need.
Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong. We talked to the congressmen, and they were surprised, but I guess there was a person named Mr. Raynard that came to these meetings and presented data. And he said that there was dead people, I believe it was upward of 5,000. The actual number were two people that were dead that voted. And so that's wrong. That was two.
Well, Cleta, how do you respond to that? I mean, you tell me.
Well, I will say, Mr. Secretary, one of the things that we have requested, and what we said was, and if you look at if you read our petition, it said that we took the names and birth years, and we had certain information available to us. We have asked from your office for records that only you have. And so we said there's a universe of people who have the same name and same birth year and died, but we don't have the records that you have. And one of the things that we have been suggesting formally and informally for weeks now is for you to make available to us the records that would be necessary to confirm.
But Cleta, even before you do that, and not even including that, that's why I hardly even included that number, although in one state we have a tremendous amount of dead people, so I don't know. I'm sure we do in Georgia too. But is that we're so far ahead of these numbers, even the phony ballots of known scammer. You know the internet, you know what was trending on the internet? Where's because they thought you'd be in jail. Where's it's crazy. It's crazy. That was the minimum number is 18,000, but they think it's probably about 56,000. But the minimum number is 18,000 on the night where she ran back in there when everybody was gone and stuffed. She stuffed the ballot boxes. Let's face it, Brad. I mean, they did it in slow motion replay, magnified, right? She stuffed the ballot boxes. They were stuffed like nobody's ever seen them stuffed before. So there's a term for it when it's a machine instead of a ballot box. But she stuffed the machine. She stuffed the ballot. Each ballot went 3 times. They were showing, here's ballot number 1. Here it is a second time, third time, next ballot. I mean, look, Brett, we have a new tape that we're going to release. It's devastating. And by the way, that one event is much more than the 11,000 votes that we're talking about. It's, that one event was a disaster. It's just, but it was something that it can't be disputed. And again, we have a version that you haven't seen, but it's magnified. It's magnified, and you can see everything. And she for some reason, they put it in 3 times each ballot, and I don't know why, but why? I don't know why 3 times. Why not 5 times, right? But yeah, go ahead.
You're talking about the State Farm video, and I think it's extremely unfortunate that Rudy Giuliani or his people, they sliced and diced that video and took it out of context. So the next day we brought in WSB TV and we let them see the full run of tape. And what you'll see, the events that transpired are nowhere near what was projected by,
But where were the poll watchers, Brad? There were no poll watchers there. There were no Democrats or Republicans. There was no security there. It was late in the evening, or early in the morning, and there was nobody else in the room. Where were the poll watchers? And why did they say a water main broke, which they did, and which is reported in the newspapers? They said they left. They ran out because of a water main break, and there was no water main. There was nothing. There was no break. There was no water main break. But if you take out everything, where were the Republican poll watchers? Even where were the Democrat poll watchers? Because there were none. And then you say, well, they left their station. If you look at the tape, and this was reviewed by professional police and detectives and other people. When they left in a rush, everybody left in a rush because of the water main, but everybody left in a rush. These people left their station. When they came back, they didn't go to their station. They went to the apron wrapped around the table under which were thousands and thousands of ballots in a box that was not an official or a sealed box. And then they took those and they went back to a different station. So if they would have come back, they would have walked to their station and they would have continued to work. But they couldn't do even that because that's illegal because they had no Republican poll watchers. And remember, her reputation is devastating. She's known all over the internet, Brett. She's known all over. I'm telling you, where was one of the hot items on the. They knew her. Where's. So, Brad, you know, there can be no justification for that. And I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But that was, and Brad, why did they put the votes in 3 times? You know, they put them in 3 times.
Mr. President, they did not put that. We did an audit of that, and we proved conclusively that they were not scanned 3 times.
Well, where was everybody else at that late time in the morning? Where was everybody? Where were the Republicans? Where were the security guards? Where were the people that were there just a little while before when everyone ran out of the room? How come we had no security in the room? Why did they run to the bottom of the table? Why did they run there and just open the skirt and rip out the votes? I mean, Brad, and they were sitting there, I think for 5 hours or something like that, the votes. But they just all happened to run back and go, you know, Brad.
Yeah, Mr. President, we'll send you the link from WSB that does.
I don't care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much better link.
I will tell you, I've seen the tape, the full tape. So has Alex. We've watched it. And what we saw and what we've confirmed in the timing is that they made everybody leave. We have sworn affidavits saying that. And then they began to process ballots. And our estimate is that there were roughly 18,000 ballots. We don't know that. If you know that.
There was 18,000 ballots, but they used each one 3 times.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know.
Well, I do because we had ours magnified out. So
but
each one magnified out.
I've watched the entire thing.
3. But you know, but nobody can make a case for that, Brett. Nobody. I mean, look, you'd have to be a child to think anything other than that. Just a child. I mean, you never Trump or U.S. attorney
how
there.
How many ballots, Mr. Secretary, are you saying that were processed in?
We had GPI thoroughly investigate that.
We had this is Ryan Germany. We had our law enforcement officers talk to everyone who was there after that event came to light. The GBI was with them as well as FBI agents.
Well, there's no way they could. Then they're incompetent. They're either dishonest or incompetent, okay? There's only 2 answers, dishonesty or incompetence. There's just no way. Look, there's no way. And on the other thing I said, too, there's no way. I mean, there's no way that these things could have been, you know, you have all these different people that voted, but they don't live in Georgia anymore. What was that number, Clea? That was a pretty good number, too. Yeah.
Well, the number who had registered out of state after they moved from Georgia. And so they had a date when they moved from Georgia. They registered to vote out of state, and then it's like 4,500. I don't have that right in front of me.
And then they came back in and they voted.
And voted. Yeah.
No, that was a large number, though. It was in the 20s. And, you know, the point
we
is...
We've going through each of those as well, and those numbers that we got, that Ms. Mitchell was just saying, they're not accurate. Everyone we've been through are people that lived in Georgia, moved to a different state, but then moved back to Georgia legitimately. And in many cases...
Really? How many people do that?
So
you mean they moved out and then they said, to hell with it, I'll move back in? You know, it doesn't sound like a very normal... You mean they moved out, and what, they missed it so much that they wanted to move back in? Yeah, it's like... It's crazy.
Well, and they moved back in years ago. This was not like something just before the election. So there's something about that data that it's just not accurate.
Well, I don't know. I mean, all I know is that it is certified, and they moved out of Georgia, and they voted. It didn't say they moved back in, Clayton, did it?
No, but I mean, we're looking at the voter registry. Again, if you have additional records, we've been asking for that, but you haven't shared any of that with us. You just keep saying you've been.
But a lot of it you don't need to be shared. I mean, to be honest, they should share it. They should share it because you want to get to an honest election. I won this election by hundreds of thousands of votes. There's no way I lost Georgia. There's no way. We won by hundreds of thousands of votes. I'm just going by small numbers. When you add them up, they're many times the 11,000. But I won that state by hundreds of thousands of votes. Now, do you think it's possible that they shredded ballots in Fulton County? Because that's what the rumor is. And also that Dominion took out machines. That Dominion is really moving fast to get rid of their machinery. Do you know anything about that? Because that's illegal.
This is Ryan, Germany. No, Dominion has not moved any machinery out of Fulton County. We're having.
Well, but have they moved? Have they moved the inner parts of the machines and replaced them with other parts?
No.
You sure, Ryan?
I'm sure, Mr. President.
And what about the ballots? The shredding of the ballots. Have they been shredding ballots?
No. The only investigation that we have into that, they have not been shredding any ballots. There was an issue in Cobb County where they were doing normal, office shredding, getting rid of old stuff, and we investigated that. But this is stuff from, past elections.
No, I don't know.
And that's what
it doesn't pass the smell test, though, because we hear they're shredding thousands and thousands of ballots. And now what they're saying, oh, we're just cleaning up the office. I don't think that plays.
Well, Mr. President, the problem you have with social media, people can say anything.
No, this isn't social media. This is Trump media. It's not social media. It's really not. It's not social media. I don't care about social media. I couldn't care less. Social media is big tech. Big tech is on your side. I don't even know why you have a side, because you should want to have an accurate election. And you're a Republican.
We believe that we do have an accurate election.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have, not even close. You're off by hundreds of thousands of votes, and just on the small numbers, you're off on these numbers. And these numbers can't be judged. Well, okay, so you send us into Cobb County for signature verification, right? You send us into Cobb County, which we didn't want to go into. And you said it would be open to the public, and we could have so we had our experts there. They weren't allowed into the room. But we didn't want Cobb County. We wanted Fulton County, and you wouldn't give it to us. Now, why aren't we doing signature, and why can't it be open to the public, and why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs that will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find, they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me the reason why, because I don't understand your reasoning, but someday you'll tell me the reason why. But why don't you want to find?
Cobb County.
Why don't you want to find? What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so why did you do Cobb County? We didn't even we requested Fulton County, not Cobb County.
Well, Mr. President, we did have our election content.
Yeah, go ahead, please, go ahead.
We chose Cobb County because that was the only county where there's been any evidence submitted that the signature verification was not properly done.
Well, no, but I told you, but we're not saying that. We are we're the aggrieved party. Fulton County, look, Stacy, in my opinion, Stacy is as dishonest as they come. She has outplayed you at every heart, at everything. She got you to sign a totally unconstitutional agreement, which is a disastrous agreement. You can't check signatures. You can't do that. I can't imagine you're allowed to do harvesting, I guess, in that agreement. That agreement is a disaster for this country. But she got you somehow to sign that thing, and she's outsmarted you at every step. And I hate to imagine what's going to happen on Monday or Tuesday, but it's very scary to people, where the ballots flow in out of nowhere. It's very scary to people. That consent decree is a disaster. It's a disaster. A very good lawyer who examined it said they've never seen anything like it. And
the harvesting is still illegal in the state of Georgia, and that settlement agreement did not change that.
Well, it's not a settlement agreement. It's a consent decree. It even says consent decree on it, doesn't it? It uses the term consent decree. It doesn't say settlement agreement. It's a consent decree. It's a disaster.
It's a settlement agreement.
What's written on top of it?
Ryan? I don't have it in front of me, but it was not entered by the court. It's not a court order.
No, it's called, but Ryan, it's called the consent decree. Is that right on the paper? Is that right?
I don't believe so, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Whatever, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. Look, here's the problem. We can go through signature verification and we'll find hundreds of thousands of signatures if you let us do it. And the only way you can do it, as you know, is to go to the past. But you didn't do that in Cobb County. You just looked at one page compared to another. The only way you can do a signature verification is go from the one that signed it on November, whatever, recently, and compare it to 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, you know, or even one. And you'll find that you have many different signatures. But in Fulton, where they dumped ballots, you will find that you have many that aren't even signed, and you have many that are forgeries, okay? You know that. You know that. You have no doubt about that. And you will find, you will be at 11,779 within minutes, because Fulton County is totally corrupt, and so is she totally corrupt. And they're going around playing you and laughing at you behind your back, Brad. Whether you know it or not, they're laughing at you. And you've taken a state that's a Republican state, and you've made it almost impossible for a Republican to win because of cheating, because they cheated like nobody's ever cheated before. And I don't care how long it takes me. You know, we're going to have other states coming forward pretty good. But I won't, this is never given. We have some incredible talent said they've never seen anything. Now, the problem is they need more time for the big numbers, but they are very substantial numbers. And I think you're going to find that they, by the way, a little information, I think you're going to find that they are shredding ballots because they have to get rid of the ballots because the ballots are unsigned. The ballots are corrupt. And they're brand new and they don't have seals, and there's a whole thing with the ballots, but the ballots are corrupt. And you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal offense. And you know, you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk. But they are shredding ballots, in my opinion, based on what I've heard, and they are removing machinery, and they're moving it as fast as they can, both of which are criminal fines, and you can't let it happen, and you are letting it happen. You know, I mean, I'm notifying you that you're letting it happen. So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have.
I'm going to pause it there and I'm going to play the rest of it, but that's the breaking of the law right there. I just want you to make sure that that's what all he want to do is find votes. You don't find votes.
You know,
we won the state and.
Go ahead.
Look, I'm glad you played that. I've never heard that before, and I think
I had never heard either.
What it's going to do is it's going to throw out all those indictments. You know.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. It ain't done yet. I just wanted to pause it there to show you where he broke the law at. So I'm gonna finish playing.
He didn't break. That's what I'm saying. He didn't break the law. All of that is he got a right to say, "Hey, wait a minute, this is some bullshit," and complain.
That ain't what he said, ABC. He was just telling. Listen to me. Listen, we just heard him tell the Secretary of State all he wants to do is find 11,780 votes. That is not the way the election works. You don't find votes in election, ABC.
Man, I think you do this on purpose, man. It's like you totally ignoring all of the stuff that he laid out. We got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. And that guy came back and said, no, that's wrong. Or no, that was wrong or something like that. But he named like 10 things. And the guy didn't really address it. It's just like, yeah, that's wrong.
Okay, well, let's do this right here. Tell me, how do you find votes, ABC?
By investigating. By going back and checking. Again, he laid out, he said, hey, look, there was, I don't know, This one, it was like 5,000 votes of, we think it was dead people. The one lady kept saying in the background, we've been asking you for that data, for that information, but you haven't given it to us. We've been asking for it. So we know that they haven't provided the information that they requested. So that's the reason that they had a problem. That was 5,000. But then
Okay,
he said
well
something else,
you're
like 20,000 votes. It kept going like that, man.
okay. Well,
That's
you're just a dummy. I don't know what else to say. You're a dummy. I'm gonna finish playing this audio.
Flipping the state is a great testament to our country because, you know, and this reporting it, that's a criminal offense. And you know, you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk. But they are shredding ballots, in my opinion, based on what I've heard, and they are removing machinery, and they're moving it as fast as they can, both of which are criminal fines, and you can't let it happen, and you are letting it happen. You know, I mean, I'm notifying you that you're letting it happen. So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state, and flipping the state is a great testament to our country, because, you know, there's just, it's a testament that they can admit to a mistake, or whatever you want to call it, if it was a mistake, I don't know. A lot of people think it wasn't a mistake. It was much more criminal than that. But it's a big problem in Georgia, and it's not a problem that's going away. I mean, you know, it's not a problem that's going away. And we got to...
President, this is Ryan. We're looking into every one of those things that you mentioned.
Okay,
and our
that's
investigators,
good. But if you find them, you got to say it, Ryan. Look, if they're... Let me ask you, Ryan, if they're destroying ballots...
Let me tell you what we are seeing.
Go ahead. Good.
What we're seeing is not at all what you're describing.
Okay.
And these are investigators from our office. These are investigators from GBI, and they're looking and they're good, and that's not what they're seeing. And we'll keep looking. We'll keep looking at all these things.
Well, you better check on the ballots, because they are shredding ballots, Ryan. I'm just telling you, Ryan, they're shredding ballots, and you should look at that very carefully, because that's so illegal. You know, you may not even believe it because it's so bad, but they're shredding ballots because they think we're going to eventually get there, because we'll eventually get into Fulton. You know, so it's in my opinion, it's never too late. So, little double sound deck. So that's the story, fellas. Look, we need only 11,000 votes. We have far more than that as it stands now. We'll have more and more. And do you have provisional ballots at all, Brad? Provisional ballots?
Provisional ballots are allowed, by state law.
Sure, but do you have them? I mean, are they counted, or did you just hold them back because they, in other words, how many provisional ballots do you have in the state?
We'll get you that number.
Because most of them are made out to the name Trump, because these are people that were scammed when they came in, and we have thousands of people that have testified or that want to testify. When they came in, they were proudly going to vote on November 3rd, and they were told, I'm sorry, you've already been voted for, you've already voted. The women, men started screaming, no, I proudly voted till November 3rd. They said, I'm sorry, but you already been voted for, and you have a ballot. And these people are beside themselves. So they went out and they filled in a provisional ballot, putting the name Trump on it. And what about that batch of military ballots that came in, and even though I won the military by a lot, it was 100% Trump, 100% Biden. Do you know about that? A large group of ballots came in, I think it was to Fulton County, and they just happened to be 100% for Trump, for Biden, even though Trump won the military by a lot, a tremendous amount. But these ballots were 100% for Biden. And you know about that? A very substantial number came in, all for Biden. Does anybody know about it?
I know about it, but we were never.
Well, okay, Cleta, wait. I'm not asking you, Cleta, honestly. I'm asking Brad. Do you know about the military ballots that we have confirmed now? Do you know about the military ballots that came in that were 100%? I mean, 100% for Biden. Do you know about that?
I don't know about that. I do know that we have, when military ballots come in, it's not just military, it's also military and overseas citizens. The military part of that does generally go Republican. The overseas citizen part of it generally goes very Democrat.
No, but this was, yeah, that's okay. But I got like 78% in the military. These ballots were all for this. They didn't tell me overseas. Could be overseas too, but I get votes overseas too, Ryan. You know, in all fairness. No, they came in, a large batch came in, and it was quote 100% for Biden, and that is criminal. You know, that's criminal. Okay, that's another criminal. That's another of the many criminal events. Many criminal events here. I don't know. Look, Brad, I have to find 12,000 votes, and I have them times a lot, and therefore I won the state. That's before we go to the next step, which is in the process of right now, you know. And I watched you this morning, and you said, well, there was no criminality, but I mean, all of this stuff is very dangerous stuff. When you talk about no criminality, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that. I just don't know why you don't want to have the votes counted as they are. Like even you, when you went and did that check, and I was surprised because, you know, I didn't consider the check, and we found a few thousand votes that were against me. I was actually surprised because the way that check was done, all you're doing is recertifying existing votes. And, you know, you were given votes and you just counted them up, and you still found 3,000 that were bad. That was sort of surprising. That came down to 3 or 5, I don't know, a lot, you know, still a lot of votes. But you have to go back to check from past years with respect to signatures. And if you check with Fulton County, you'll have hundreds of thousands because they dumped ballots into Fulton County and the other county next to it. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break. You know, we have that in spades already, or we can keep it going. But that's not fair to the voters of Georgia because they're going to see what happened. And they're going to see what happened. I mean, I'll take on anybody you want with regard to and her lovely daughter, a very lovely young lady, I'm sure. But I will take on anybody you want. And the minimum, there were 18,000 ballots, but they used them 3 times, so that's, you know, a lot of votes. And that one event, and they were all to Biden, by the way. That's the other thing we didn't say. You know, one thing I forgot to say, which was the most important. You know that every single ballot she did went to Biden. You know that, right? Do you know that, by the way, Brad? Every single ballot that she did through the machine at early in the morning went to Biden. Did you know that, Ryan?
That's not accurate, Mr. President.
Huh? What is accurate?
The numbers that we are showing are accurate.
About early in the morning, Ryan, when the woman took when the whole gang took the stuff out of from under the table, right? Do you know do you know who those ballots? Do you know who they were made out to? Do you know who they were voting for?
No, not specifically.
Did you ever check?
We did what I described to you earlier.
No. Did you ever check the ballots that were scammed by a known political operative balloteer? Did you ever check who those votes were for?
We've looked into that situation that you described.
No, they were 100% for Biden. 100%. There wasn't a Trump vote in the whole group. Why don't you want to find this, Ryan? What's wrong with you? I heard your lawyer is very difficult, actually, but I'm sure you're a good lawyer. You have a nice last name. But I'm just curious
Damn.
Why do you keep fighting this thing? It just doesn't make sense. We're way over the 17,779, right? We're way over that number. And just if you took we're over that number by five or six times. When you multiply it out times 3. And every single ballot went to Biden. And you didn't know that, but now you know it. So tell me, Brad, what are we going to do? We won the election, and it's not fair to take it away from us like this. And it's going to be very costly in many ways. And I think you have to say that you're going to re-examine it, and you can re-examine it, but re-examine it with people that want to find answers, not people that don't want to find answers. For instance, I'm hearing Ryan, and he's probably, I'm sure, a great lawyer and everything, but he's making statements about those ballots that he doesn't know. But he's making them with such, he did make them with surety, but now I think he's less sure, because the answer is they all went to Biden. And that alone wins us the election by a lot. You know, so.
Mr. President, you have people that submit information, and we have our people that submit information, and then it comes before the court, and the court then has to make a determination. We have to stand by our numbers. We believe our numbers are right.
Why do you say that, though? I don't know. I mean, sure, we can play this game with the courts, but why do you say that? Now, first of all, they don't even assign us a judge. They don't even assign us a judge. But why wouldn't you, hey, Brad, why wouldn't you want to check out, and why wouldn't you want to say, hey, if in fact President Trump is right about that, then he wins the state of Georgia. Just that one incident alone, without going through hundreds of thousands of drop ballots. You just say you stick by, I mean, I've been watching you for, you know, you don't care about anything. Your numbers are right. But your numbers aren't right. They're really wrong. And they're really wrong, Brad. And I know this phone call's going nowhere other than ultimately, you know, look, ultimately I win, okay? Because
Mr. Secretary,
you guys are so wrong, and you've treated the population of Georgia so badly. Between you and your governor, who was down at 21, he was down 21 points, and like a schmuck, I endorsed him and he got elected. But I will tell you, he's a disaster, and he'll never. I can't imagine. The people are so angry in Georgia. I can't imagine he's ever getting elected again. I'll tell you that much right now. But why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad, instead of keep saying that the numbers are right? Because those numbers are so wrong.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. President, I mean, one of the things that we have been, Alex can talk about this, we've talked about it, and I don't know whether the information has been conveyed to your office, but I think what the President's saying and what we've been trying to do is to say, look, the court is not acting on our petition. They haven't even assigned a judge. But the people of Georgia and the people of America have a right to know the answers. And you have data and records that we don't have access to. And you keep telling us and making public statements that you've investigated this and, you know, nothing to see here. But we don't know about that. All we know is what you tell us. What I don't understand is why it wouldn't be in everyone's best interest to try to get to the bottom, compare the numbers. You know, if you say, because but to try to be able to get to the truth, and that because we don't have any way of confirming what you're telling us. You tell us that you've had an investigation of the State Farm Arena. I don't have any report. I've never seen a report of investigation. I don't know what that is. I've been pretty involved in this, and I don't know. And that's just one of like 25 categories. And it doesn't even, and as the President said, we haven't even gotten into the Dominion issue. That's not part of our case. It's not part of, we just didn't feel as though we had any way to be able to develop.
No, we do have a way, but I don't want to get into it because we found a way in other states, later, excuse me, but we don't need it because we're only down 11,000 votes, so we don't even need it. I personally think they're corrupt as hell, but we don't need that because all we have to do, Clayton, is find 11,000 plus votes. So we don't need that. I'm not looking to shake up the whole world. We won Georgia easily. We won it by hundreds of thousands of votes, but if you go by basic, simple numbers, we won it easily. So we're not giving Dominion a pass on the record.
No, right, exactly.
But we just don't, we don't need Dominion because we have so many other votes that we don't need to prove it any more than we already have.
Mr. President, Cleta, this is Kurt Hilbert, if I might deck here for a moment. Ryan, I would like to suggest that just 4 categories that have already been mentioned by the president that have actually hard numbers of 24,149 votes that were counted illegally. That in and of itself is sufficient to change the result or place the outcome in doubt. We would like to just sit down with your office, and we can do it through purposes of compromise and settlement, just like this phone call, just to deal with that limited category of votes. And if you are able to establish that our numbers are not accurate, then fine. However, we believe that they are accurate. We've had now 3 to 4 separate experts look at these numbers. These numbers are based upon the USPS.
And certified accountants looked at them.
Correct. And this is just based on USPS data and your own Secretary of State data. So that's what we would entreat and ask you to do, to sit down with us in a compromise and settlement, proceeding, and actually go through the registered voter IDs and the registrations. And if you can convince us that that 24,149 is inaccurate, then fine. But we tend to believe that that is, obviously more than 11,779. That's sufficient to change the result entirely in and of itself. So what would you say to that, Mr. Germany?
Kurt, I'm happy to, I'll get with our lawyers and we'll set that up. That number is not accurate, and I think we can show you, for all the ones we've looked at, why it's not. And so if that would be helpful, I'm happy to get with our lawyers and set that up with you guys.
Well, let me ask you, Kurt. Kurt, you think that is an accurate number? That was based on the information given to you by the Secretary of State's Department, right?
That is correct. That information is the minimum, most conservative data based upon the USPS data and the Secretary of State's office data that has been made publicly available. We do not have the internal numbers from the Secretary of State, yet we have asked for it 6 times. I've sent a letter over to Mr. Anulowitz several times requesting this information, and it's been rebuffed every single time. So it stands to reason that if the information is not forthcoming, there's something to hide. That's the problem that we have.
Well, that's not the case. There are things that you guys are entitled to get, and there's things that under law we are not allowed to give out.
Well, you have to. Well, under law, you're not allowed to give faulty election results, okay? You're not allowed to do that, and that's what you've done. This is a faulty election result. And honestly, this should go very fast. You should meet tomorrow because you have a big election coming up, and because of what you've done to the president, the people of Georgia know that this was a scam. And because of what you've done to the president, a lot of people aren't going out to vote. And a lot of Republicans are going to vote negative because they hate what you did to the president, okay? They hate it. And they're going to vote. And if you would be respected, if this thing could be straightened out before the election. You have a big election coming up on Tuesday. And therefore, I think that it really is important that you meet tomorrow and work out on these numbers. Because I know, Brad, that if you think we're right, I think you're going to say, and I'm not looking to blame anybody. I'm not blaming. I'm just saying that, under new counts and under new views of the election results, we won the election. It's all, it's very simple. We won the election. As the governor of major states and the surrounding states said, there is no way you lost Georgia. As the Georgia politicians say, there is no way you lost Georgia. Nobody, everyone knows I won it by hundreds of thousands of votes. But I'll tell you, it's going to have a big impact on Tuesday if you guys don't get this thing straightened out fast.
Well, Mr. President, this is Mark. Let me just, it sounds like we've got two different sides agreeing that we can look at those areas, and I assume that we can do that within the next 24 to 48 hours to go ahead and get that reconciled so that we can look at the two claims and making sure that we get the access to the Secretary of State's data to either validate or invalidate the claims that have been made. Is that correct?
So that's not what I said. I'm happy to sit down with, or have our lawyers sit down with Kurt and the lawyers on that side and explain to him, hey, here's, based on what we've looked at so far, here's how we know this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And
so what you're saying, Ryan, hold on, let me make sure. So what you're saying is you really don't want to give access to the data. You just want to make another case on why the lawsuit is wrong?
I don't think we can give access to data that's protected by law. But we can sit down with them and say,
but
hey,
you're allowed to have a phony election? You're allowed to have a phony election, right?
No, sir.
When are you going to do the signature counts on, when are you going to do signature verification on Fulton County? Which you said you were going to do, and now all of a sudden you're not doing it. When are you doing that?
We are going to do that. We've announced.
To get to this issue of the personal information and privacy issue, is it possible that the Secretary of State could deputize the lawyers for the president so that we could access that information, that private information, without you having any kind of violation?
Well, I don't want to know who it is. You guys can do it very confidentially. You can sign a confidentiality agreement. That's okay. I don't need to know names.
All right,
but we got the information on this stuff that we're talking about. We got all that information from the Secretary of State.
Yeah, so let me recommend, Ryan, if you and Kurt will get together, when we get off of this phone call, if you could get together and work out a plan to address some of what we've got with your attorneys, where we can actually look at the data. For example, Mr. Secretary, I can tell you, you said there was only 2 dead people that would vote. I can promise you there are more than that, and that may be what your investigation shows, but I can promise you there are more than that. But at the same time, I think it's important that we go ahead and move expeditiously to try to do this and resolve it as quickly as we possibly can. And if that's the good next step, hopefully we can finish this phone call and go ahead and agree that the two of you will get together immediately.
Well, why don't my lawyers show you where you got the information? It'll show the Secretary of State, and you don't even have to look at any names. We don't want names. We don't care. But we got that information from you. And Stacey Abrams is laughing about, she's going around saying these guys are dumber than a rock. What she's done to this party is unbelievable, I tell you. And I only ran against her once, and that was with a guy named Brian Kemp, and I beat her. And if I didn't run, Brian wouldn't have had even a shot, either in the general or in the primary. He was dead as a doornail. He never thought he had a shot at either one of them. What a schmuck I was. But that's the way it is. That's the way it is. I would like you to, for the attorneys on my side, I'd like you to perhaps meet with Ryan, ideally tomorrow, because I think we should come to a resolution of this before the election. Otherwise, you're gonna have people just not voting. They don't want to vote. They hate the state. They hate the governor, and they hate the Secretary of State. I will tell you that right now. And the only people that like you are people that will never vote for you. You know that, Brad, right? They like you, they like you. They can't believe what they found. They want more people like you. So look, can you get together tomorrow? And Brad, we just want the truth. It's simple. And everyone's going to look very good if the truth comes out. It's okay. It takes a little while, but let the truth come out. And the real truth is I won by 400,000 votes, at least. That's the real truth. But we don't need 400,000 votes. We need less than 2,000 votes. And are you guys able to meet tomorrow, Ryan?
I'll get with Chris, the lawyer who's representing us in the case, and see when he can get together with Kirk.
All right.
Ryan will be in touch with the other attorney on this call, Mr. Meadows. Thank you, President Trump, for your time.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
All right. Listen, somebody got some background noise playing.
Yeah.
Is that
listen to their own shit?
I believe that's Elisa. But listen, I want y'all to pay attention to a conversation that me and ABC had right before this phone call, right? He was saying that the government interfered with Twitter and social media to try to dictate shit on social media, right? A state's election is sovereign. It belongs to that state.
Mhm.
What you just had was a federal government on the phone with the Secretary of State trying to tell them what to do with their elections. After they've done and recounted that state 3 times, and because President Trump wanted to find 11,000 votes, he was trying to strong-arm these people into finding these damn votes. So these guys are hypocrite. If you're really concerned about the federal government overreach, then you should be concerned about this phone call, because President Trump or none of them people on that phone had no business talking to Georgia about their sovereign election. They didn't have any business. Yeah, I mean that's one of the but then he was talking about the impeachment. So right here you have evidence. Whenever it comes to Biden impeachment, show me the evidence. You don't have it. You don't have it.
No, he's too old. You can impeach him because he's too old. You know?
So who's this call I just opened?
That's me, Tyrone.
Hey, what's up, mama's boy?
Oh,
Keep
and Tyrone, real quick.
What's up, Miss?
Hey, mama's boy. Trump tried this back after he won the first election.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to get the states to turn over voter registration information, and 45 states refused to do that. It was like, we don't.
Yeah, he tried that in Arizona.
Yeah, the federal government ain't got no business in their elections.
And he tried that back after the first election, I guess, because Hillary won the popular vote. He tried that, and they, at 45 states who he requested, they all declined. They don't have to turn that information over. And I'm getting ready to leave. And like them lies he was telling on those 2 women, this is what I wanted to say.
Now they gotta pay.
Because I know y'all about to go in on that. But the lying on those 2 women, this is what I wanted to put out. Those 2 women have already settled 3 lawsuits.
Mm-hmm.
They settled one with America Now, OAN, and Fox News. Those women are rich, all because of them lies.
And now Giuliani got to pay.
And Giuliani trying to figure out something. And then I was reading they're gonna sue the Fed, but they're putting that on hold because Trump and all of them with all these indictments and stuff, and hopefully they sue him personally.
Yeah.
Those two women are already rich from them lies that was told on them. And it's not just to ask for the vote. He was sitting there lying on those 2 women. And how do we know he was lying on those 2 women? Because Giuliani admitted that they made all that up. He admitted it in court that they made all that up. That's why those women are rich right now. That's all I wanted to add.
All right.
Yeah, I was real quick before. I just wanted to say that I think he was thinking that this was like he was selling a condo, and you know I think that because of his arrogance of the way he had his company, the way he would run his company, that he would think that he can, you know, convince or, you know, manipulate these people to, you know. And again, I'd say, look, you know, a lot of people are having arguments because the man doesn't outright say, I want to steal the votes, but this is the way the mafia also worked, and they convicted a lot of mafia people by code words and certain things. So if they could prove some of the things that he said, because I know he knows how to talk around shit and knows how to, you know, like kind of subliminally, without directly, but we all know type thing. that he's going to get away with it. And I think that people are too smart. I just hope that they follow through with anything that he has broken the law, because he should pay like he did what he did. If you did it, then you got to pay. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the evidence is clear about what Donald Trump has done wrong. We got phone calls, we got text messages, we got videotapes at Mar-a-Lago of them moving boxes around. There's so much evidence about Donald Trump's wrongdoing, and this is why he's going to court. But whenever it comes to them impeaching Joe Biden, they got nothing. They got some made up theory about something that happened 18 years ago that they before they announced this impeachment, they don't even have anything. The reason why they're impeaching Joe Biden, and I want to see how this goes through, because what the hell is they impeaching him on? What high crime or misdemeanor did Joe Biden commit that they got impeachment evidence for? There's nothing. You heard that stupid ass ABC talking about a conspiracy about Burisma and all this kind of bullshit, which never came to fruition because they did have the fucking hearings and nobody came up with any evidence to present in this impeachment. I mean, it's just silliness. They're impeaching Joe Biden because Donald Trump got impeached twice, and they want to say, "Ooh, we impeached a Democrat." It's just childish shit that they're doing. The Republicans are a fucking joke. They really are.
Tyrone, it's an inquiry. They're going to inquire should they hold impeachment. So they're not going to hold no impeachment trials on that. It's just an inquiry to see if they can impeach. They have nothing to impeach with. They have no reason to even have an impeachment trials for that. So this is just a waste of time.
A waste of time.
Trying to spoon feeding Donald Trump. Then when they come back and say, well, we did the inquiry, we don't have any evidence to impeach him over, but it's still muddy. Then I'm not a Biden fan, but it still will muddy him up. Just the fact that they're doing the inquiry. That's what this is. It's a waste of time. They're wasting taxpayers' money, and they're wasting time not doing any work.
Well, that's what the Republicans said, is that whenever the Benghazi investigation was going on, that they knew that would hurt Hillary Clinton politically. So the longer they investigated, the worse her poll numbers got. So it's about the same thing with Joe Biden. As long as they're investigating him and doing all this bullshit, they're just trying to hurt him politically, which shows you that they're not serious and they don't know how to govern. They don't know how to push policies forward. They can't even make out plans to try to present to the American people, because none of the stuff that they saying the American people ain't falling for. It's this old way of thinking that they don't want to move forward and progress. I don't know. They still think America is in the 1940s or some bullshit.
I think so. And like how Jay from New York just said, that's why they got RICO going on. RICO up there in Georgia. Because it does sound like mafia. Well, it's going to go very bad. And so we just need to find 11,000 votes.
Yeah.
Because the people are mad, and if that doesn't happen, it's going to go very bad.
Yep.
I mean, you hear what this is. For anybody to say, "Oh, he did nothing wrong," are you listening to the same thing? It's the innuendos that it's very bad.
Yeah, that whole phone call was terrible. Yeah.
And then tell some more lies, lie. And this is just what we need. We don't need all of the rest of that and all of this other stuff. We just need 11,000. If you just need to find 11,000 votes. And
hey, just at the very end, he actually implied that the governor would be loved.
Yeah.
He'd be admired. He'd be loved. Wouldn't be no problem. Like there was a problem, a lot of innuendo.
And that's why they got him charged up on RICO in Georgia, as they should.
Well, yeah, there was a whole lot more that they did with them phony slate of electors. Donald Trump signed off on that. his team signed off on that, presenting false documents. There's a whole bunch of stuff that man did down there in Georgia. And Lindsey Graham just got away by the skin of his damn back, because they said the grand jury, they want enough on the grand jury that said that you need to bring charges against Graham, and that's what saved him. There was some that said it and some that didn't, but he just as guilty as Donald Trump.
Yeah, he's just as guilty. He had no business calling there. He should have lived in. He knew that was criminal activity, and he should have stayed his little. I'm not gonna call him a name. He should have stayed out of it. I had never listened to that entire phone call. I've only heard like the excerpt.
Yeah.
But sitting and listening, and just the lies. He just making up stuff off the cuff, and the numbers say this, that. Well, your numbers are incorrect, Mr. President. Our numbers don't. Just the lies and the lies. And I can only imagine what those two women went through. He said they were what did he say? They were voter hustlers or some kind of foolishness.
Yep.
Well, that's why they got money now. That's why they got money. And that's why Giuliani, he can try to work out a settlement if he don't have no money to pay them.
Yep.
I'm good. I'm glad you played that, Tyrone. I'm getting ready to go. I have never heard the entire phone call, but the entire phone call sounds worse than the snippet. When he was talking about, I just need you to find 11. I just need that 11,000 votes. That's all we need. I need to find that.
Well, yeah, when he was talking about the dead people and all that kind of stuff, and the Georgia people was telling them, look, there was only 2 people we found. No, there were 5,000, and because they're not from Georgia. You're in Washington, and you're trying to tell people in Georgia what they're finding. And by that time that phone call happened, they had done recounted that thing like 3 times already. So they knew what they was talking about.
Tyrone.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and then asking, well, y'all going to turn over your records for the voter registration. They don't have to do that.
No.
Not many states, no state is required to do nothing like that. And then they asking them for that. And they say, well, we can get to the lawyers and talk about, but no, because Trump, them tried this before. Wanted the voter registration information. Them suckers was all back then trying to figure out how they was going to steal the re-election. That's all I got.
It was all a sales pitch, Tyrone. Mm-hmm. From the moment he got on the phone, it was a sales pitch. You could just tell. Well, because and I'm saying that it was a sales pitch because he lays out the foundation of how many fraudulent votes there were just to get 11,780. So he's almost giving the guy a great deal. I got 400,000 bad votes that I could use to win, but I only need you to give me or say 12,780 were fraudulent. Therefore, I win the state. It's such a funny tape, because you actually get to hear Donald Trump's supposedly great negotiating tactics.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
and see, dummies like ABC think that every word that Trump said out of his mouth was correct. And just to cut that off at the hip, Trump had no business on the phone with the state of Georgia about their elections. Period.
At all.
So from jump, that whole phone call was just wrong.
That's why they had to record it.
Yep.
And how he was trying to play that, like Mama's boy said, that's how Trump has probably did all of his business tactics.
Yeah, that was like he was selling a condo.
Yeah, and you can tell he talking to some weak-minded people to fall for that bullshit that we just heard.
The numbers. He said, 11,000. He said, damn, you know what? Let me get him 11,000 numbers. And then he started like subliminally threatening them. The people, they're going to be pissed. And
right.
Them, they don't like. You could see when shit ain't working for him, he starts getting mad, and so he starts insulting them. That's why you and nobody like you.
Yeah, and what tripped me out was one time when somebody said, sir, there's all kinds of stuff on social media. Trump said, this is Trump media.
You know, but that's the reason why I brought up that one point, because I guess if it's from in order to get a conviction or the standard of a conviction, you actually have Donald Trump actually. He's probably like threatening the guy because he's telling him,
right?
Well, he gives him. Well, I'll say it like this: he tells him what he's doing wrong, tells him that there could be consequences, and he tells him there's also another direction he could go, and they love him.
Yep.
That shows.
Right, like,
that
do
shows.
this favor
Yeah, that shows that your mind. You know what you're talking about. You know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but see that RICO charge don't only include his phone call. It include all them fake electors, those documents that they sent to Washington, all of the lies that was told and manipulation. This RICO charge has got a lot of shit in it.
Didn't that lady also get indicted that was talking on that phone call? Isn't she one of them?
That lady, one of them ladies is. Oh shit! It's after 12. It was after 1 o'clock. Look, let me open these lines. Hey YouTube, I'm getting ready to shut y'all down. I ain't know it was this damn late. Y'all kept me up late as shit.
I don't know, that recording was long, but you see the slickness and that's how he did while he up on the charges. But he was up on the charges with his apartment in Trump Towers in New York. He was lying. Well, it's
come on, you know it's worth 10 million.
And it's
worth 10 million.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
I don't care how you could get the money. You could, as long as you get me the money, I'll figure it out. But I need 10 because such and such. Brad Pitt, and whoever is the biggest star at the time. They want it, and they're willing to give me 15 million for it.
But what's scary, right? What's scary is, listen, what's scary is everybody that is supporting Donald Trump, everybody that supports what he say, have failed for that dumbass con job that we just heard on this phone. That was like an elementary, high school level of talking to people, and they fail for that shit. I don't see how people following Donald Trump if that's his logic.
But that's why most of his businesses kept failing. Because he would get on there and lie about what certain things. Oh, no, my apartment is 2,000. No, my apartment is 200,000 square feet. And then they come to find out it was only 10,000. And he got sued for doing stuff like that. And that's what he was trying to do with the election. He was trying to do, and you could hear it clearly what he was trying to do. And people was like, well, he had some concerns. He was just asking questions. He had to write. No, you could hear exactly what he was trying to do. Yeah,
because he exaggerated the dead people. He exaggerated everything in that phone call with that Georgia Secretary of State. Just lying.
And we're gonna deal
Tyrone, he said you so generous. He exaggerating. He said he won by 400,000 votes.
But then he said he really don't need the numbers. He's like contradicting. But we really don't need
that. Ain't no exaggeration, though. That's an out and outright fucking lie.
We don't really need the numbers.
But we don't have to go that route with the 400,000 votes that we won by a lot. We just need to find 11,000 votes.
But see, you know that was bullshit, right? Because if he lost by 400,000, I would want every 400,000. So
you want to find out anybody.
I want it all.
If I may interject a point.
Hey, what's up, Joe?
But you want to know something, Tyrone? Before Joe go, I want to say this. That is some street shit, though. If a nigga try and give you a little bit more than what you deserve, that's when you start looking sideways at the nigga like, what's really wrong with this car? You know what I'm saying?
I really don't want it. I really don't.
So really wrong with this crib. You be having like this thing. What the fuck?
Hey, what's up, Joe?
Yeah, I was going to say I got a minute because I got a quiet moment. This is Kabuki theater, man. This is WWE, right? And so Trump was in his WWE mode. And let me contrast that with ABC. When ABC has the mute button, he's the same way.
He's all big and bad, talking shit, talking loud. When he ain't got no mute button, that boy is weak and mild. Ooh. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. These dudes all turn into kabuki theater when they have the power, or a power behind them. When they don't, whole different program. So yeah, Trump is right up the alley with the kind of way ABC thinks. As long as you got that mute button, dude, big and talking all, we'll yell at you and call you all kind of names and all that shit because he got the mute button. Take away that mute button, you heard him tonight. He sounded like he about two tall sizes. So, it's all kabuki theater, man. That's why I just laugh at it.
I listened to the thing, before the audio, and I say this. I mean, I think people also don't pay attention to the man when he speaks. The man said certain things that really kind of like tells it all, though. He said he heard rumors, right?
Oh, yeah.
He never came to the table and said, I got facts to tell you that they had people there. Then he says that they're corrupted and that he had people, now remember those people that he said that were ready to testify, right? What happened to them? That was before, but now we're talking fast forward, right? Those people had to come forward. He had to get people. Who were those people? Did they get in trouble for that? Because obviously that was a lie. Another thing he said in his opinion. So if you really hear him, he admits that he doesn't really have evidence. It's just like shit that is flying off the wall, whatever. And then he says, oh, well, somebody told me this. And that's when the guy told him, listen, social media. And then he said, no, my media. Well, the man gets whatever. Listen, if it sounds good and he can run with it, he'll run with it.
Yeah. He was trying to sweet talk. He was trying to sweet talk Rassenberg because he kept saying Stacey A been making y'all look dumb. He was trying to sweet talk him.
And then tell him insulting him, and then at the same time telling him, listen, if you do the right thing, they're gonna love you. And then he was telling him 5 minutes later, he says, oh well, people don't like you, and the man was looking for anything to convince them to give him those numbers that he was looking for. I don't know where he expected them to get them. I guess to make them up, but here he is right now in trouble with the law and the government of Georgia.
And you know what? I have to give Rassenberg, even though a Republican, credit for standing on his damn square, man, and not falling for that bullshit. So I give him credit for that.
Well, Tyrone, I tend to draw a contrast that ain't very much of one to the phone call that Donald Trump had with the Mexican president. You remember that?
What happened?
Man, he was down there begging that man on the phone, talking about, please, man, you gonna make me look bad and all this.
I feel like I kind of remember that. Yeah.
That phone call that you just played remind me of that phone call with that damn president, man. That shit was hilarious, man. He's actually, like I said, he's selling, and the customer that he's selling to ain't buying, and he's dying. He's dying right there, right in front of the damn customer.
And then he was talking all that shit about how he got Kemp elected, and Kemp turned around and won again without Donald Trump. Yep.
But you see, he even threw it in his face, like he's saying, like, I'm the reason. So what? Why is he saying that? He's saying that to say what? Oh, so he got him elected, so now they
you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
Right. You see what I'm saying? Like, this shit is not, and I'm not we not, I didn't study law and none of that shit, but I know that shit is basics. And again, with the mafia shit, just because you didn't say, hey, go, I want you to steal 11,000. The way he's trying to persuade, you see, there's called persuasion, and there's ways of working that. And again, the mafia didn't always go tell you, oh, go kill him. They'll say, go whack him, right? They'll tell them different code words, right? And how they caught, even the modern day street, organizations through code words. And so a lot of times they're not saying directly what they want them to do. They always try to find a way to. It's the same way he did to Comey. Remember that?
Yep.
It's the same shit. Same shit for Zelensky.
Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't. This guy is not articulate. He's a dumbass. He don't even know fucking English.
He does the worst way to con talk. Like
I don't know what's attracted. I don't know why people are attracted to this guy, man. I do not get it.
He's a bad criminal.
I don't understand why they're attracted to this
Dude,
guy.
that dude bad at anything. What the hell are you talking about?
He's not a good criminal, man.
He's not good at nothing. I'll tell you what. I take that back. Donald Trump is good at not being good at any goddamn thing.
Yeah.
Listen. By him calling that attorney or whatever, I think he thought that he had him on his side in Georgia, right? That phone call that we heard.
Yep.
They recorded his ass because they already knew. They said this guy, he's gonna try to hustle us, and we're gonna protect ourselves. That's why I say, you give it to him, give him credit, but all he was doing was protecting his little tail, because he knew when the shit hit the fan, people are gonna go down for this shit. If the law remains, I don't think everybody was gonna agree to this shit. He thought that he had everybody on board. Think about that. You have to have a lot of people on board to be able to do that shit in a modern society here. I know they do it in other countries, but think about that. For you to try to overthrow this government, or you better have a lot.
Man, I think dumbass Donald Trump looked over there and said, "Republican State House, yeah, Republican governor, yeah, Republican." Oh no, I got this one. This is an easy one. That's what I.
Let me call her. I'm gonna call her.
And when he called them motherfuckers and they started talking a little different, he didn't know how to handle that shit. You can tell he sounded like, the customer said, I saw your product. It's garbage.
All right, well, y'all, I got to get off here. And YouTube, listen, I got to shut y'all down, but y'all can call into the conference call. I'll talk to y'all later, man. I'm finna get off this line. It's getting late.
All right, Tyrone. Glad to hear your voice, man.
Yeah, all right, man. Chief. I feel better.